And as soon as everybody comes on, see, we've only got 5 on right now. I don't know where everyone's slow to wake up this morning.
My clock shows another 5 minutes, so.
Okay.
So have you turned our mics on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Ricky. I'm
Hi.
Cynthia from Tucson.
Hi.
Hi. It's interesting, to see the corporate side of everyone and how we mesh it with our creative side. It's, you've got to have both in life, really.
Ooh. I don't know if I've ever felt like I had a corporate side. It's kind of weird to think about. But I guess that's, yeah, I mean, I do have a business side, so.
Well, I mean, psychology, I mean, that deals like what Jan's doing, it falls over, even though she's basically a coach, which is psychology, and helping people. Anyway, bottom line, it was just kind of interesting to see about your past and how you always come back to your art.
It's funny, I always come back to my sports background because I have a sports background before I had a psychology background. And I mean, I've actually given a lecture before to a group of enamelists about how I train soccer players and the relationship, how similar the concepts are in terms of learning a skill. Because skill learning is kind of basic for whatever kind of skill you're doing. So, and that's what we're doing today is just kind of learning about skills.
Now, exactly what city do you live in?
I'm in Marietta, Georgia, which is the whole pretty much the whole northeast suburb of Atlanta.
Right.
Maybe about 30 to 40-minute drive on a good day.
Home to the Braves. My daughter's going to the Braves game today.
Oh, that ought to be fun.
Yeah.
Are they going to win?
I don't know.
Are they a really good team?
Do you know, Ricky, I'm not a sports person.
My thought was if anyone knew they're going to win, they should be in the stock market instead of anything else. I mean, that's my experience in sports is that it's a game and nobody knows what's going to happen. That's why I always laugh at second guessing coaches on their decisions because it's such an absurd thing to try to do, or it's an easy thing to try to do, because you have no accountability.
Hi, everybody. It's 10 o'clock on my clock.
That's what I got.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Janet Dickinson. I'm the president of the Metal Arts Guild of Georgia. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about our organization, just a little plug here. We started in 1998, and we were a band of roaming artisans that were just basically getting together for local festivals, organized tool and stone swaps, tours of local galleries, and we built our inventory of tools and equipment to support member needs. In May of 2015, we became an official 501c3. We leased a small building in Doraville, Georgia, which is where we are today. And we are busting at the seams and looking for new space because we are really outgrowing it. In 2022, we launched a new website, which is probably how you guys found us to sign up. It's a Wix platform, and it really has changed our ability to really get the word out through social media, and has increased our membership significantly. We also have installed some really nice camera equipment there so we can broadcast like a little mini CNN. We have several cameras that we run through a software program called vMix. And so we teach classes both in person and virtually in a combined way. Hold on, I can't I have to admit people here while I'm talking. Let's see here. Hold on a minute.
I just admitted somebody.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. So anyway, we offer an 8% discount for our classes and workshops if you're a member. It only costs $50 a year to be a member. And since we're a nonprofit all run by volunteers, those memberships are really important to our success and our ability to stay alive as an organization. And we have a really great studio at MAG where we offer open studio where people can come in and use our equipment for $5 an hour. And we also offer Sip and Saw, which is on Sunday evenings. We have different artists that are teaching, and they do like an hour-long Zoom call that's free for you to check them out and find out what they're going to be teaching coming up. So the next one we've got is this coming Sunday with Nash Quinn. And then we have Ryan Gardner next month doing the Sip and Saw. And we also offer free second Saturday education at our studio. And we record that and broadcast it live as well. So you can watch those videos. If you haven't seen them, they're recorded and saved on our YouTube channel. And that's it. I just want to thank everyone for supporting the Guild, and looking forward to this class today. This is Ricky Frank, and he is going to be teaching us about design and creativity. This is his boot camp. Ricky has had a fascinating career. He attended psychology graduate school, and he runs a very successful enameling jewelry business. And his reputation precedes him. I first heard about him from Joanne Hernandez, who used to work with you. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. And so I've heard you're the best. So I can't wait for your class today.
Oh, thanks. Well, now I got expectations to live up to.
Oh, I also just wanted to mention a couple of things. So when he's teaching, I just ask that everyone mute their microphones so that we can not have any noise coming in from other studios. And if you have any questions, I'm going to be the moderator, so you can just put the questions in the chat, and I will look at those and give Ricky your questions. So we've just got one person doing that. We're going to start out this morning and do a break about 11-ish for 15 minutes. And then we're shooting for lunch between 12:30 to 1 o'clock. We're going to do a 30-minute lunch. Is that right?
Yeah,
So
sounds good.
30-minute lunch break. And then we'll come back after lunch and we'll go back into lecture from 1 to about 2:30. And then we'll have another 15-minute break. And then we'll continue after that until we finish for the day. And I'm done talking.
Okay, I guess time for me. So welcome everybody. It's great to be here, and thanks Janet for hosting me. One of the things when I think about my creative process is when I can make something, or when I can feel like what I'm doing is not precious, it's a way for me to give myself permission to play and not worry about how good it's going to be. And so this is the first time I've taught this class, or actually any class maybe, that isn't about enameling in some way, shape, or form. And what I've done is taken everything that I've been teaching my enameling students that have to do with the creative process and put it into one class, which is probably better off being used as a multi-day class or multi-lesson class. But I wanted to try to put it all together in one day and see what's going to happen, and see how you as students take to the way I've designed the day and the lessons. So, you know, whenever I do something, I always give myself permission to make to make a mess in the beginning because that's the easiest way to get started. So I'm giving myself permission to let today be a mess. And as long as I get to the goal that I want, which is for you to learn something about your creative process and start to learn some tools that you can use to improve your creative process, then I'm going to achieve my goal. So like some of the exercises, I don't know how long they're going to take. I don't know if I have too many exercises, which is usually the case. So yeah, I think it's, I'm giving myself permission now as I speak to you to fail, which is really modeling what I want you to experience today, because that's going to be the biggest internal change that you can make to free up your creative process, is that getting over the fear of failure or the fear of being right or the fear that anyone's going to like what you're doing or that you're going to like what you're doing. And I know from my experience with all these lessons, my students really like them, but I never just put them all together in one condensed day. Usually they're in relation to some kind of enameling techniques that I'm teaching. And one of the ways that people learn is by getting feedback. And the feedback isn't just like, oh, it was good, or it was bad, but it's more specific of, you did this and I got confused, or you did this and I learned this. So that helps me improve. So I'm really open to feedback, either maybe during the break or afterwards, probably, better afterwards. And because I'm not trying to do it right now, I can evaluate it at the end, which is, part of that creative process is not getting too caught up in the evaluation in the beginning, but putting that off until you've got some ideas that you actually like. So that's my disclaimer for the day. And it might be something worthwhile for you as an exercise to practice giving yourself permission to fail and creating a disclaimer. I've created a lot of video content on enameling over the last 5 or 6 years. And one thing that I almost always do before I enter my enameling studio to do my videos is I tell myself, okay, it's time to make a bad video, because I know I can't fail to make a bad video. No matter what I do, it can be bad. And it usually is going to be bad in the beginning. So that's what I do, is I give myself permission to fail. And that allows me to explore possibilities that I might not notice if I was really caught up in doing it the right way. So again, this is modeling what I'm going to be asking you to do today. Hopefully you've been able to look over the 2 PDFs that I sent you. We're going to go over the main concepts on one of them today, and hopefully you've been able to print out the other. I'm going to use the printouts in some of the lessons. If you don't have it, then figure out what to do. Use something else, or figure out how to print it out. So I'm going to start just with a little bit about me before I start getting into the content. My background was as an athlete, and I went into coaching. I was a soccer coach as soon as I graduated from college, and my college degree was in psychology. I didn't know what else to study that would motivate me to go to class. I wasn't really interested in anything, but this is back in mid-70s, and pretty much my college career was drug, sex, and rock and roll at that time in life, which was similar to a lot of people back then. But I didn't want to be a doctor or a lawyer, and most of the friends that I had in college, that's what they were all going to become: doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs. but I didn't know what I wanted. And so what I realized was if I took educational psychology, then I could learn how to learn. And then at least I would get something out of my program. And it was something that, you didn't have to be really bright or pay that, put that much effort into getting the degree. And I could still do all my drug, sex, rock and roll and succeed in college. I got out of college, and at the very end, my last semester in college, I took an ethics class. The teacher in the religion department was a ex-priest who had married an ex-nun. And so we would, again, this is right after the Vietnam War, and we would talk about ethics and violence and war and money and things like that. And I found myself being the only student in our class that didn't have the main goal of making money in life. My parents had always told us just figure out how to be happy, and money's not important, but they didn't really give us the tools to help figure out what made us happy. So, and the rock and roll element of my life is nothing to do with being a musician, though. I often think of myself now as an enamel singer-songwriter, because that's really what I wanted to do. No, it's not. It's what I would have wanted to do if I had any musical skills or talent. And, but I really like the singer-songwriters like Neil Young and Jackson Browne and James Taylor, people like that. And so at one point towards the end of my senior year, while I was in the ethics class, I had a crush on a young lady who had a boyfriend already. And so I had this unrequited love, and I didn't know what to do. So I started writing poetry, not to give to her, but just as a way to start accessing my feelings and help deal with them. And I'd never written poetry before, and I wasn't really a writer. And then what I did was at the end of my ethics class for our final, we had to write a paper about something. So I decided to write a little book of poetry about ethics. And to me, that was very creative for the school that I was at. And I really enjoyed it. And it started to lead me to thinking about a creative side and an artistic side of my life that I really hadn't explored at all, because I'd never really done anything artistic. And the few things I'd done when I was a little kid were pretty much scoffed at by my parents. And so, the way that Ricky could be a good boy was to be a successful athlete and to do good in school, which meant to find the right answers and do the right thing. And so I had that built up in me pretty much as a habit. And this is how Ricky succeeds. So I was starting to challenge my own self-image of who I could be and who I wanted to be. And I did have a little hobby as a child of copper enameling, which I did for a couple weeks. And you didn't need any talent. You just sprinkled the powder on the metal and you heated it, and it turned a pretty color. And that was about the extent of what I did. But what I found was, after bringing this hobby back to my home where I was living with some of my friends from college, and they were off getting their graduate degrees, I locked myself in our little laundry room in our house that we were sharing, and I started to play with the old copper enameling kit. And at one point, one of my roommates said, Ricky, you were much nicer when you were enameling, because I'd probably taken a break. And I went, oh, you're right, I was. So I went back to it and ended up going to a craft show where I found a couple named Gail and Howard Silverblatt that had won Best of Show at this big outdoor craft show in downtown Atlanta. And I couldn't believe what they were doing. They were making very small cloisonne enamel pieces. And I'd never seen any cloisonne. I had read about it in a book. And I was so inspired that I said to myself, one day I'm going to make something as beautiful as what they've made. Not something that looks like their work, but something that is going to give me that same excitement that I'm feeling now as I look at their work. And I didn't know what that was, but I now had a burning goal, which led to really a whole series of burning questions. And burning questions is going to be part of our theme, or at least questions is going to be a big part of our theme for today. So I had this new passion, and I started playing with enamel, and I quickly learned some techniques and got pretty good technically, but I hit a wall, and the wall was twofold. One was I didn't realize there was something called the economy, that if it wasn't good, you may not be making as much money as when it was good. Now, that's pretty naive. And I also hit a wall where I felt like a fraud, because even though my enamels looked pretty, I didn't feel connected to them at all. So I knew something was missing, but I didn't really know what was missing. I didn't have, my friends from college weren't artists, so I wasn't in an artistic environment. And I had found a couple teachers where I was teaching adult ed enameling at a local craft center. But they were teaching me like drawing and design and things like that. And what was missing for me was understanding my creative process, understanding design, and understanding story. And without those, I was pretty much just making technical pieces that, if the materials looked pretty and I didn't totally screw it up with my design, then people liked it. But that only took me so far. So technique can be important, but it will only take you so far. So I felt like I could never become a successful enamel artist, and I didn't know what to do. I was coaching soccer and enameling, and probably supporting myself more from the soccer coaching and some refereeing. And one day I went to a guided visualization class with a friend, and I found myself, laying on my back on the floor of this room, and this guide instructor was putting on some soft music and walking us through a visualization exercise. And I saw myself running through a meadow, and I had an epiphany that, oh, this is a way to combine enameling and or art and sports, that one could learn through visualization, which was a creative process, and that maybe what I could do is become a sports psychologist. And I didn't want to help, professional athletes perform. What I wanted to do was help young kids learn how to be more aware and more creative and more confident. So I wrote a letter that detailed like 20 things I wanted to learn. Like, I want to learn about martial arts and sports psychology and hypnosis and art therapy and relaxation. I mean, any kind of new age thing that connected either art or psychology or sports. I got a letter back from one college, and it just happened to be like 2 hours away in Carrollton, Georgia, out in the boonies surrounded by cow fields. And they said, oh yeah, you can do that here. And ironically, the head of the psychology department was the assistant to a man named, oh God. Getting old and forgetting things sucks. it was so not popping in, the head of the founder of humanistic psychology, Maslow, Abraham Maslow, very famous psychologist. And this was his protege that was running this program, and his specialty was creativity. So thinking I was going into, having a goal of becoming a sports psychologist, this is one of those creative processes of growth where I'm starting something and I'm letting go of what I think the end result needs to be. And I let myself become engaged in the whole process there at West Georgia College, which was basically about giving students a safety net to discover themselves. So within this 3-year program, because I was taking time off to coach soccer in New York every fall and applying what I was learning in sports psychology to my high school kids, I was studying my own creative process using my enameling and really creating a program that would teach me what I needed to learn or what I wanted to learn, because there wasn't a teacher that could say, this is what you need to do, A, B, C, D, to go where you want to go. So I had to kind of create that myself, which is, what the creative process is really teaching yourself how to discover how to make what it is you're imagining. I remember I was in a group forum once, and someone wrote to me and said, can you teach me how to be creative using this one technique? And I thought, that's such an oxymoron of, I can show you what I've done, or I could tell you what to do, but that's not going to help you become creative. So I graduated with my degree. There weren't jobs waiting for me. And I went back into my enameling, and I had an experience one day of driving to the grocery store and having to count my pennies from my jar where I kept my change to have enough money to go to the grocery store. And I said to myself in the car, this is ridiculous. I don't want to live like this. So I set a goal of changing my self-image from starving artist to affluent artist, and started to apply all the things I learned about performance and skill learning and goal achievement to myself to make that change. So little did I know that I was also going to be learning to become more creative and learn to become a better designer and learn to tell better stories using my enameling. So changing my goal not only helped me create a new career that was a successful business, but it also started leading me to become a better artist too. So this process of it's really one of personal growth is one I have been using for 40 years. That was back in the 1980s. Let me just admit somebody here. Here we go. So when I started teaching adult enameling for a second time, I started teaching at Aramont in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I started to see how stuck students were in wanting the right answer. And I had learned about enameling. One of my teachers, though I'm mainly self-taught, was a man named Bill Hellwig, and he was a combination scientist, artist, and he developed enamels for Thompson Enamel Company. And what I learned from him had nothing to do with making enamel art, but it had everything to do with understanding how to apply science to problem solving in the arts. And probably the biggest takeaway was that every time I asked myself a question, the answer was always going to be, it depends. So my job was to figure out what it depended on, because there wasn't one right answer. So again, this is reinforcing the things that I had learned in graduate school. And one of the things that I spent probably 2 years in graduate school doing was writing a thesis in which I explored 3 questions. Again, coming back to questions in my life. The first question was, who am I? The second question is, what do I want to express? And the third question was, what keeps me from doing that? What blocks my own creative process? So I spent several years journaling, trying different exercises, making up my own exercises to try to answer those 3 questions, and end up writing what has not become published, but a book about my own process of really learning to discover my own questions and how to use those questions in my artwork, which is really what we're going to be doing today, is looking at our questions and then changing our questions. So to make what's already been a long story a little shorter, I started bringing some of these creativity exercises into my enamel classroom and trying to give students tools to go beyond the technique questions that they wanted me to give them the answers to. So even with the technique questions, what color should I use? Or what happens when I put this blue over this red? And the answer would always be, it depends. So trying to get students to let go of needing the right answer and exploring the many possibilities became one of my goals as an enamel teacher. And it often frustrated people. But I also found that in a classroom, I would see a student stand up, walk to me, and I could see in their eyes that they were imagining something, what they were thinking about and what they were going to ask me. And they would get halfway across the room and then stop and turn around and go back to their desk, because they knew I was going to ask them, well, what does it depend on? So they figured that out between getting up and walking to talk to me. So I knew that this is an important process. It's not the only process, because the techniques can be important. But if you can't ask yourself questions without needing to be right or needing the right answer, then what you're going to do is make work that either you've made before or that someone else has made, and you're either copying or making work that's derivative of what you've seen. And I firmly believed then, and I still do, that it's not a linear process where you learn technique and then you get good enough with your technique, and then, oh, now I'm good enough and I can start thinking about design and creativity and story. Because really what you're doing when you're trying to develop the right technique is you're developing a habit of thinking and asking questions that are about finding the right way. So the longer you wait before you look at your creative side, or your design side, or your story side, you're really going up against a habit that you've been developing. So what we want to do is to develop new habits. And to me, the 3 habits are becoming creative. What are the skills that I'm using when I'm creative? Learning to design, which is taking elements and putting them together in a way that you like and that work for your goal. And the third part is story or self-expression, is, why do you care? What is it you're trying to do with your artwork that matters to you? Because as my artist wife says to me, if you don't know why you care, how is anyone else going to care? So we're going to mainly work on creativity today, but we'll be talking some about design, because what we're going to be working with are design elements, which are line, shapes, texture, value, and color. And we're going to eliminate color, because color is like a whole different animal in this, and we could spend the whole day just working with color. And color can distract us from the other elements. So I want to, put that on a shelf for now. And we'll look at it occasionally, but the main things we're going to be looking at are really line shape, pattern, and to a lesser degree value, and very little about color, which is ironic since, look at my shirt and this is, I live a life in color. But I've found that when I'm trying to be creative and develop a creativity habit, these other elements are more helpful. So what I'm going to be doing is sharing the different exercises that I've created to help my students become more creative, or to begin to feel more familiar with what is possible in being creative, and then become comfortable doing those skills so that over time they become confident. So when we're learning a new skill, we're moving from become familiar, I don't know what it is, but now you're showing me this, to becoming comfortable. Oh, I know what it is, and I don't need to be afraid of it, but I'm still not very good at it, or I don't do it all the time, to the confident, to where it becomes muscle memory. And you can do it unconsciously. And when you can do something unconsciously, then you can pay attention to other things that you may not have noticed when you were trying to learn the technique, such as how you feel when you're doing it, instead of, is it right? So becoming confident and having that muscle memory allows you to ask different types of questions, which, in our case, is going to be asking creativity questions, which is, how can I change it? How can I turn it into something else? And I'm going to use that as my working definition of creativity, because that gives me a goal. If I can practice skills that help me learn to change things and helps me to combine things so that I can turn something into something else, then I can do something creatively, whether it's in metal or enamel or cooking or as a parent. That's my goal. So there may be other definitions or parts of the creative process, but that's what we're going to focus on. How can we change things? How can we combine things? How can we turn it into something different? So here's how we're going to work today. And I look at this as a boot camp. So I'm going to make a few presentations which are about helping you become familiar with concepts and ideas. We're also going to look at, I'm going to show you and demonstrate some lessons. So, if I was in boot camp for the Marines, some of the lessons or exercises would be, maybe push-ups or running or more physical skills. But what we're going to be looking at, what are the mindset skills that we can practice? So once we become familiar with them, we can, through repetition, become more comfortable with them and make them muscle memory, and then create exercises so that we can challenge ourselves to be creative with them and go beyond the muscle memory. So it's like I'm learning to tie my shoe. Someone demonstrated that. And so maybe they help me, holding my hands while I tie my laces. And I finally get it. So I'm familiar with the process. And then over time of practicing, it becomes muscle memory, and I can tie my shoe with my eyes closed. And for the most part, I'm no longer creative, but sometimes I buy a new pair of shoes and the laces are really, really long. So if I just use that same technique that I've been developing and practicing and becoming muscle memory over the years, I'm going to end up having a lace that I could trip over, because after I've made the bow, what's hanging out is still really, really long. So now I've got to, or I can choose to change something, to be creative with that tying of the shoe, so I can achieve my goal of not tripping over my shoelace and keeping my shoe tied. So that's really an analogy of what we'll be doing. And again, the lessons have come from either reading things in books about creativity and art therapy and applying them to myself, or looking at where students seem to be stuck and coming up with an exercise that breaks the task down into such a small task that they can't fail to do it. And that's called a mini lesson. So I'll be presenting lots of mini lessons today. And the goal is not to make something that you like, or make something that's pretty, or make something that's good, or make something that's perfect. It's to learn what the skills are and start to become comfortable with the skills. Because if you can get them to where they become muscle memory, that starts to allow you to develop your creative process and use them while you're being creative. So that's the concept of the day. And what I would recommend is going through the day, finding what you like, finding what you don't like, changing what you don't like, or doing it anyway, because sometimes, we avoid things that don't feel comfortable. So maybe embracing the uncomfortable is a new habit for you to be learning today. But along with this, we think about practicing our creative skills. If we flip that, we can also consider the fact, or the idea, that we can have a creative practice. Instead of practicing being creative, just turn it around, which is one of the things we can do when we're changing something. So now I'm thinking creative practice. And it's kind of like a dancer who every day, or ballet dancer, does work at the ballet bar. No matter what they're doing in their life, they do that every single day. And musicians would have the same type of exercises that they do every single day. And athletes would also have the same type of exercises. And it becomes it's how they practice, but it becomes their practice. So I would hypothesize that I know that most of my students, and many of you, your practice may be asking two different types of questions when you see something. Maybe something on the internet, or in a book, or at an art show, or a museum. Do I like it? Or how did they do that? Or what skills did they use? What techniques? So that is the habit that a lot of people have. And what we're thinking about is, how can we change the questions? Because those questions are only going to give us certain types of answers. But those answers aren't necessarily going to lead us to becoming creative. So by developing the habit of asking different types of questions, that's going to allow us to become creative. And by creating a practice of doing this, it's going to lead to that habit. So I'm going to show you my creative habit. Just need to change my camera view here for a second. And so what I've got here is a journal. And I put a little picture on the front. I just put some Mod Podge and an image of my own artwork on there. That has nothing really to do with the whole idea of creating a journal. But since I have about 100 of these that I filled over the last 20 years, it does help me remember what's in this. These are little journals that I've gotten, or sketchbooks that I've gotten from Michael's. And you can get them on sale for less than $10. And if you buy a lot, you can get them for $5 or $6. So this is what I use. It doesn't matter what you use, and it doesn't matter if you do this. I'm just showing you my practice. So what I do is I create a ritual that every single morning I wake up and I sit on the couch or I sit in a chair on my deck or wherever I am, and I open my journal up. So here's my mini goal that helps me practice my practice. Before I go to bed at night, I find my journal and I make sure there's a pen. I attach it in there and I close it up and I put that journal on my kitchen table. Because the first thing I do when I wake up is generally go to the kitchen and get a cup of coffee. So now I'm combining that, getting my coffee, with picking up my journal. So that's something I can't fail to do. You know, I'm not going to forget because now it's a habit. Before I go to bed, I put the journal where I'm going to find it so that I have no excuse and there's no reason not to do this. And then I sit with my coffee and I start doing something. I make marks. So it could be I make sketches of some animals that I might want to make, or some jewelry that I might want to make, or I make a list, or I make a series of questions, or I just start to write. And sometimes I might even read a little bit in a book and then let that be my inspiration for my writing. So this has become my way to practice pretty much all the lessons, or a lot of the lessons, that we're going to be working on today. So what you can see in my sketchbook here are thumbnail sketches, and we'll talk about thumbnail sketches throughout the day. So I'm not trying to make artwork. I'm just trying to record ideas. And the thumbnails are basically a quick shorthand of a recording of what's happening in my mind's eye. And there are quite a few times where I don't even look back at these old journals, because the goal isn't to make something I'm going to use. The goal is to practice something. So I might just be practicing making a change from that to that, or from that to that. So something happened in my mind that allowed me to go from here to here. And I did that seamlessly without trying to, because I've practiced this so much. So doing this type of thing for years and years and years and years makes making thumbnails muscle memory for me. So I have confidence. I don't worry about whether the thumbnail looks good. I just know that as long as it is making some kind of shorthand recording of what is in my mind's eye, that's good enough. You know, so a face doesn't have to be recognizable unless I want something to be recognizable. I can make it as simple or as complex as I want, or I can just be looking at a detail of something. So I also play, you know, like I might circle something because this is one idea. So I'm cropping now. And cropping is going to be something that we do to help our creative process. So I didn't cut this out. I didn't cover this background up, but I did something here to separate this from the rest of it. So again, whether I go back and look at this or not doesn't even matter. It's the practice of doing this which is helping me develop my skill of cropping. Even though I could also make a viewfinder and go like that and crop it, or crop a photo. This is one way of cropping. It's how we can choose and separate. So let's see what I've got here. You see, some of this is just so sloppy that for me to try to go back and decipher this is a whole nother job. So it doesn't even matter if I can read it, because it's the process that's important. And the process when we're being creative is more important than the product, the end goal. Because we want to be able to trust that we're going to be able to use a process to get to a goal, but we don't need to know what that goal is. And that's what writing is for me, and that's what making thumbnail sketches is for me. And it's a way of brainstorming, which is what we're going to do a lot of today. So let's get out of this camera. And before we continue, if you want to ask a question about anything I've talked about or how this relates to you, now's a good time to just speak up. You don't need to put it in the chat. Just unmute yourself. And you don't need to raise your hand. If no one's speaking, go ahead and speak up. So any comments or questions or anything that's relevant to what?
I'll say that it's making me think. I just listened to a podcast by Mel Robbins. And I don't know if you know her or not, but her daughter just graduated from college from the University of Southern California in music. And the music curriculum there, they teach them these 3 pillars that I think are really kind of go along with this. The first one is to emulate, and then assimilate, and then innovate.
You want to explain?
Yeah, so emulation is like, for them, let's say she has 2 music artists that she really admires, and she wants to be like them. So she like goes on YouTube, she listens to thousands of music videos, listening to their voice. She reads everything she can about those artists, and basically, breaks all that down so that she can assimilate all of that information and learn, how to be the best from somebody she thinks is like her North Star. Someone that really is, for Mel Robbins, it's The Rock. For me right now, it's probably Mel Robbins, because I think she's amazing. And I would love to be someone who could coach people the way she does. So, what do they do? What do they eat? How do they live? Just everything about it is pretty fascinating to me. And then to assimilate all of that, and then to innovate and make it your own. And I love that, because I think in the creative process, I kind of jump to innovation instead of like going through the basics of first emulating and assimilating. I'm kind of jumping ahead, and I don't really have the skill set necessary to get to that end stage. So, probably my own impatience and ADHD
Well,
that be like that, but I find this really fascinating.
Steps.
Yeah.
So I would add in, and thinking about the music part of creativity, I would add in something that I don't see in those 3 things, and it's inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about a documentary that I watched on, I don't know, on one of these streaming video things, and it was about Herb Albert. It was a documentary about his life, and he was very skilled, but he hit that wall, same wall that I hit, and he was able to, play the music of all these different people that he emulated, but he wasn't finding any success in a career. And he had that I think that same feeling of being a fraud that I experienced. And so what he decided to do was stop worrying about making money. And he went to Mexico. He was from California, and he went to Mexico and immersed himself in the world of bullfighting and started to learn about the the whole experience of the bullfight. And that became an inspiration for him to create his own music that nobody else had ever created, because he wasn't copying, bullfight music. He was using something and changing what he already knew how to do into something else, by combining maybe musicians that were playing instruments that people in Mexico played. And that's how he developed his sound.
Huh, that's so cool.
So, if, people talk about muses and finding inspiration, floating in the air. And if you don't look in the air, or you don't look for the muses, they don't usually find you. So part of the creative process is changing our mindset that I'm looking for inspiration. So what we're going to be doing today is looking for design elements. Because if we can't see something, we can't change it. So if I look at something and all I can see is black and white, I can't change the color. So until I can see the color, I'm limited to what I change. So, the baby steps in learning about changing design elements which is changing our two-dimensional images, is being able to see these and looking for them in our world, the world around us. So, so that was, in fact, one of the things we're going to do is look at some jewelry artists that I emulate, or that help inspire me to how they're using design elements. So that was great. Thanks for sharing that. Anybody else want to share anything before we move along? Okay. Well, let's move along then. So I'm going to begin with I'm just getting a little presentation. There we go. So does it say?
It says Ricky Frank has started screen sharing.
Okay, so let me just get out of this for a second. I'm not seeing what I want you to see. There we go. Does it say visual brainstorming?
Yes.
Super. That's what I want to be at. Okay. So we're going to start with just looking at some art jewelry. And these are some people that are friends of mine. Some have been students. Some are probably not alive, but I'm just going to go through some of these different artists real quickly. So I just want you to look and maybe pay attention to what you're asking yourself. So it might be that one of the questions you're asking yourself is, who did this? So let's see if we can, not worry about that right now. So my question to you would be, what did you see? And what questions did you ask yourself? So paying attention to your questions is going to be one of the most important things that we can do today and going forwards. And just like I said, if you can't see something, you can't change it. If you're not aware of what your questions are, it's hard to change your questions. So what we're going to be doing is becoming familiar, comfortable, and confident with new skills. We're going to try to find an easy way for you to develop a creative flow. And to me, a creative flow is when you, let's say there's a river with big rapids in, and you sit on a rock and you stick your foot in the water. So you can feel that water going around you, but you're pretty safe on that rock. If you jump into those rapids, it's going to take you, and you're going to have some control over, what you do with your legs and your arms and how you go through those rapids. But that water has a lot of control depending on how big the rapids are. So you want to find a balance between what you have control over and what you don't need control over. Because quite possibly letting go of control may help you make it through the rapids to the end of the river. So allowing yourself to go with the flow instead of controlling the flow is one of our goals. Being able to see and record, and we're going to use thumbnails for recording, both design elements and design principles. And we're going to practice, I got a typo there in practice, the 5 C's, which are collecting, which is possibly collecting inspiration, cropping, which was selecting and choosing, changing and combining, which are pretty self-explanatory, and connecting. And connecting is finding a relationship, a personal relationship with what you're doing that connects to you personally. So it comes from you. It doesn't have to be a detailed story of your life, but there's something that, some reason that you care about it. And the other goal is to make it fun and be able to turn an idea or image into something else. So hopefully those sound like some pretty good goals for the day. So we're going to be working with design elements. So I'm assuming that, there may be people here that don't have an art background. I didn't have an art background when I started. So basic 5 elements for 2D design are line, shape, pattern, value, and color. And as I said, if you can't see a line, you can't change the line. And as we start combining design elements, we're going to start to become aware of design principles. And that's the relationships between what we're combining. And the one thing we're not going to do is worry about making good design today. We're going to become aware of relationships and combinations, but we're not going to get caught up in whether it's good design or bad design. We just want to understand different types of relationships that are possible. So we're doing possibility thinking instead of right and wrong thinking. So we'll practice those 5 C's. And I think of these as skills in my creative skill set. So, when I'm making a list of, 10 thumbnail sketches in my journal, I'm collecting. And I may be cropping by selecting things out, or by even just looking at the fireplace and making a sketch of the rocks that are on the fireplace. That would be cropping. And the others are pretty self-explanatory. So this is what I have found keeps me back from being creative and it may keep me from feeling free or finding that flow. And this is something that you may want to print out and just keep at your desk, so you can every once in a while just ask yourself, am I trying to or am I needing to hold on to this one thing? Am I holding on to trying to be perfect? Here's something that a lot of students struggle with, is they need to like everything they make, instead of thinking of it as an exercise or a sketch or a test. A lot of people, I mean, I go through these still. It's a process of growth. I want to succeed now. I don't want to, I'm not willing to tolerate failure. Or I feel so bad about the mistake I made that I don't want to pick up, my tools again. Needing to be certain where I'm going, where it's going. So the analogy of being in grad school, I thought I was going to become a sports psychologist for kids. That's not where I ended up. And I let go of needing to know. And I became a part of the process, like jumping in the water instead of sticking my foot in the water. And you'll see that anybody that's writing about creativity is almost always talking about learning to trust your instincts, to let go and go with the flow. Needing to know where to start, because there may not be a right place to start. Maybe you can start at the beginning. Maybe you can start upside down. Maybe you can start with a bad piece. Maybe you can start with doing something you don't know how to do. Or maybe you can start with something you're really good at. There's not a right way. Knowing the right way or the right answer is really a big stop sign that's going to keep you stuck. And what I found is trying to be neat. Like, I used to think I couldn't draw, and now I realize I can draw thumbnails, and that's all I really need, because I'm not making drawings to sell. I'm making enamel or jewelry to sell. And if my thumbnails can help me achieve that goal, that's good enough. So the drawings don't need to be perfect. They don't need to look good. I don't need to like them. They don't need to be neat. And so letting go of this helps me become creative. Anybody have issues with any of those? Probably. So this is something I've learned through my studies about how people learn and how people achieve goals. Is there actually two different mindsets that people can have? And what I find in my classes, quite often students are in performing mode, because they paid, let's take a 5-day workshop. They've paid a lot of money and they've gone away and they've left their spouse or their other responsibilities at home. And, as much as they want to say they're there to learn, they would be really, really happy if they can come back home with something they made that they like, and they can justify to their spouse, this is why I went away for a week, and this is what I learned. See this piece? And the spouse goes, oh yeah, that's pretty, I get it. But sometimes the learning happens inside your head and you can't share it. So when we can shift our goal from performing to learning, which is what you're doing when you're creating, you're learning what's possible. You're learning what you like. You're learning what you can change. You're learning what you can combine. You're learning how to connect. You're learning how to find inspiration as you collect things. That's nothing to do with performing. But there are times when you're creating your artwork that you are performing, that you do want to do it the right way. You don't want to do something that's going to be dangerous. You don't want to saw into your finger. So sometimes just sawing is a performance. You want to saw, maybe right outside the line and stay close to the line so you don't have a lot of filing to do. That's a type of performance. You would learn by leaving a lot of space, and now you got to do all that filing. You learned a lesson. So when you are making a piece, you may be going back and forth between learning and performing. You may start with, I'm going to do one thing well, and then you may be asking questions that challenge what you're doing, and now you're starting to learn something new. And you start to imagine something that you want, and it becomes a new performance. And then as you do that task or that skill or that tool, or achieve that goal, you may think about something else you want to change. And now you're shifting into the learning mindset. But if you're not aware of your mindsets, it's hard to change them. It's hard to see you're stuck in performance or you're stuck in learning. So paying attention to these two mindsets and being intentional can be really helpful. So one thing we're going to work on today is spending a lot of time on being aware of our questions and changing our questions. So I'm not, inside your head, and I don't know what you were experiencing when we looked at those pieces of jewelry, but quite often the first thing that I would do as a habit, or what I used to do as a habit when I'm looking at those pictures, is think about, first thing is, do I like it? Because we're so taught to be judgmental about something, it becomes a habit. And how'd they make it? So the questions that my students ask, how'd they make it and do I like it, do not lead them to make what they're seeing into something of their own. It leads them into trying to copy it, really. So if we're aware that we could ask design questions, and we're used to asking design questions like, what if I put some space between those two pieces? Or how many lines am I seeing? Or what do the lines look like? Or how did they combine lines and shapes? How did that artist use pattern? Those are design questions. Story questions. Why do they care? What do they want to say? What are they sharing in their life? And then personal questions like, what am I good at? Or what am I afraid of? These are personal questions that can be really helpful that are not technique questions. So we're going to practice brainstorming questions so that we can go beyond the first questions and then go beyond the obvious design questions, the obvious story questions, and find questions that are more personal, and maybe more personal about design and story that nobody else is going to be asking. And then we're going to also look at how can we change questions from open-ended to closed questions so that we can move from a simple one-word answer to more possibility thinking with our questions. Another concept is the idea that there are different ways of practicing to develop skills. So one way is when we're learning a skill is you repeat it over and over and over, like tying my shoe. So if I have one goal that I'm trying to achieve with the laces, and I do it over and over and over again, once I find that one way that I like, it's going to develop muscle memory over time. And I'm going to keep doing the ones that work well, and I'm going to eliminate the ones that didn't give me the result I like. But if I want to be creative or I want to improve, then I want to change that practice. I don't want to just keep doing the same thing over and over again. So you may be using repetitive practice if you always make bracelets, or if you always use round gemstones, or if you always use your right hand holding a torch. If you want to improve soldering, you may want to learn how to use the torch with your other hand. So that involves something called dedicated practice, where you're stepping out of your comfort zone. You're setting up challenges that force you to do one small thing that's a little different. Now, you don't need to do it the right way or be successful. You just want to force yourself to change your awareness. So learning how to create repetitive practice and learning how to create dedicated practice is the way that you develop habits and the way that you change habits, which is what we're starting to learn today in boot camp. So we're going to start off in a little bit with brainstorming. And so some of the tips about brainstorming, I hate to say these are the rules, but they're more like guidelines. So the main thing about brainstorming is that we're trying to generate as many possibilities as possible. So we're looking for quantity over quality. We're eliminating judging or critiquing or comparing. We're trying to go beyond the first idea, or even more inhibiting is going past your first good idea. When I was starting to learn cloisonne and really teaching myself to be an artist, I was also learning how to draw. And I just had such a complex that I couldn't draw. And I thought, well, cloisonne is about using lines to create, using wire to create lines. And if I can't draw, how can I copy the lines that I like with my wire? So as soon as I drew something that looked good enough for me to make, and I didn't just kind of gag looking at it and go, oh my God, that's horrible. As soon as I got something that was passable, it was like, thank God I do not have to feel this discomfort and anxiety. And now I can make it in enamel. But that inhibited my creative process. Instead of going past that first drawing and changing it, I was stuck making that first good idea, because my goal not only was to make something I like, it was to not be uncomfortable and not feel anxious. So going past your first good idea may make you feel uncomfortable, but that's part of the creative process. Another part of the brainstorming is practicing piggybacking on an earlier idea. So maybe looking at what you just changed or just thought of, or what you just saw, and using that as your inspiration for the next small change. And remember, more is better than good. Let that become a mantra for your creative process. And brainstorming is a skill. Before, my skill was I can quickly make something in enamel if I can draw it. And I needed to be able to change that skill to go past the first good idea and allow myself to feel uncomfortable. And that took some practice. So here are just a bunch of creative flow tips. And these are things that we'll be working and practicing today as different skills as part of a creative skill set. And when I gave myself permission that thumbnail sketches were enough, I let go of that fear that I couldn't draw. And really everything changed in my creative process then. Because I trusted that I could make changes with my wire and my color, but I needed a starting point. And the thumbnail sketches allowed me to make changes quickly, and it allowed me to combine things quickly. And then part of our artistic process is translating from idea into materials and techniques and tools. So I could fill the gap between the idea and the final piece by using thumbnail sketches. That was that bridge that was missing in my process. So they became a shorthand language for me. So through practice, I developed a way to make lines. I found I like using a pen more than I like a pencil. It feels so smooth, it moves across the page easy. I learned through practice how to create shapes with my pens and pencils and create patterns. It doesn't need to be neat. It just needs to be, I can look at it and I know what I mean. I don't care if anyone else can see it. And I was able to create value using the pens and pencils. Sometimes just cross-hatching with a pen made something go from dark to light. And I let go of color pretty much in my designing process. So this is something hopefully that you've printed out because we're going to be using this. Again, this is the whole idea. If you can't see it, you can't change it. So if you're not aware of possible changes, it's pretty difficult to use them. So what we want to do is become familiar with possible changes and become comfortable with them. You know, there's some changes you're probably pretty comfortable with, like making something bigger or smaller. But you may not be so comfortable dividing it or using it as a transparent layer. And we want to feel confident that this being able to remember and use changes becomes a habit. And then we're going to look at combinations of how can we put two things together, whether it's two lines or two images, or maybe a poem and an image, or a poem and a line. It doesn't really matter because we're not making art. We're just practicing combining things so that we can think in terms of combinations. And what I've realized is, you know, in studying my own process, that I find there are three ways that I combine things. And so I practice three ways. One way is to leave space between them. Another way is to let the edges touch. And another way is to overlap two things, so they're sharing the same space. So becoming familiar with three different ways to combine, practicing so they become, you become comfortable, and then having this become muscle memory as part of your process. So we're going to begin with trying to change our questions from do I like it or how is it made to what do I see? So we're thinking in terms of design elements. Hopefully everyone knows what a line is, what a shape is, what a pattern is. Value is how dark or light something is. And the easiest way to think of value is dark, medium, and light. That's enough for you to make a change. You can make something, change something from dark to light, or dark to medium, or medium to light, or light to dark. That gives you a lot of choices right there. So let's look at these images, the same images again, and see if you can look at them in a different way. Pay attention to what you're seeing instead of what you like or thinking about how it was made. Just notice, you know, what's the first thing you see? It could be color, it could be lines, it could be any of the design, it could be confusion because you see so many design elements. So when we're starting to look at things that are more realistic or figurative, it's really, and I think for me, part of my comfort zone is to label what I see. Like, oh, I see trees. But if I want to see trees and do something with the trees, what I'm going to be changing are the design elements. I'm not taking the concept of changing a tree and knowing what I can do with it. But if I see a line that creates a tree, I can change the thickness of it, or I can change the length of it, or I can change the value of it. or I can change the position of it. So practicing changing that labeling to seeing the design elements makes it easier to be creative with my imagery. So instead of seeing trees and leaves and hills, I'm seeing lines and shapes and value and patterns and color, all of which are easy to change because I practiced changing all this. You know, I haven't practiced changing trees, but I've practiced changing lines and shapes and patterns. So it's easy. So one thing that all of these artists doing is they're using materials, they're using techniques, they're using tools to create design elements. And they're also using techniques to combine the design elements. So each one of these has at least two different design elements, you know, either lines or shape or color or value or pattern. And that's what's part of what's adding to the interest is the combination of the elements, but also using design principles to make them, the combinations, more interesting. And the interesting part is for another class. Because now we just want to get freed up so that we have the confidence that we can even combine things, let alone make them interesting. As soon as I try to make something interesting, I think it needs to be good and there's a right way, and I get my stop signs flashing. So let's let go of it being good or interesting or right, and just think about possibilities today. It's too confusing to learn and perform at the same time. So what are we going to do today? We're going to practice our creative skills to build our creative muscles, which are things like collecting and cropping and changing and combining, and probably to a lesser degree connecting. Become familiar with the skills, become comfortable with the skills, and over time you'll become confident with the skills. So let's go to any comments or questions about that. We ready for a break, Janet?
Is everybody ready for a break? Seems like a good time for a break.
Okay, I'll tell you what, before we take that break, does anybody want to make does anyone relate to, this is something that's going to help me, or this is an area that I get stuck in and I can see how maybe I can develop some of these creative skills that I'm not using? That makes sense?
Yeah, I think that everything that you showed is something that I've battled with for years, you know, and a lot of the artists that you like, I like, and I picked out those images on Pinterest and then have a problem with changing it.
Yes. Yes.
And then I get stuck and quit.
Okay, so I'm going to promise you that by the end of today, you're going to be able to look at one of those Pinterest images and be familiar with some changes that you can make. You may not be comfortable with it, but you're going to at least be able to look at one piece and make a thumbnail and make some changes. Okay, to me, that's worth the price of admission for the day, I would think. And does anybody else find themselves getting stuck when they're looking, focusing on the questions of, do I like it? Or how do they make that?
I'm always like, how did they make that? You know, and then I'm like, do I now have the skills to do that? But then how do I take what I've seen and make it my own? You know, it's just, I'm like, I think you start out, at least for me, in the last 5 years that I've been doing metalsmithing, first is learning all the skills, and then, okay, now I have all these great skills that I've been taught. Now, how do I take it to the next level and actually look at what my vision is and actually create a line of things that actually look like something I made instead of something somebody else made?
Yeah, I mean, I see so many students like that. And I feel really lucky because when I stumbled into enameling and cloisonne, it was almost like I was so lucky to find the technique and the materials that I totally related to. I had small tool dexterity so I could handle my tweezers to bend wires. And the transparency of the enamel allowed me to embrace what for me was my passion for depth and layers. You know, I spent summers growing up in the mountains in upstate New York, you know, so on a lake, I could see the layers of light, you know, on the surface of the lake. I could see the light going through the water. I could see what was below the water. So I was fascinated with the layer of light in the water. And in the mountains, I could see the branches and the leaves in front of me, and I could see through the branches and the leaves to the space and all the layers of everything. And then at the top of the mountains, I could see that, you know, expansive space in the mountains that were miles away. And so I could have these feelings that were inspired by my time in the outdoors. And for some reason, it was like, oh, I can do this in enamel. So I didn't have to keep searching for techniques. You know, I had to learn how to make, if I wanted to make, I decided to make jewelry so I could sell jewelry, so I could sell my enamels, not because I love jewelry, though there are tons of people that love jewelry. So I found enough technique so that I could fulfill my addiction to enameling, which fulfilled my addiction to layer and space and light. So I didn't have to keep collecting techniques. You know, I learned how to engrave and I learned how to do granulation. I learned how to forge, but those were just like little things that I could add in. It wasn't the main part of what I was trying to do. And so when I had enough technique and hit that wall, I knew, or I discovered, I needed to do something else and not collect more techniques and more tools and more materials. And that's what led me, you know, that discomfort and that frustration is what led me on a totally new path about really trying to find my inner artist, which is, you know, what I'm helping you maybe develop some of those tools today.
I have one more comment.
Yeah.
So when I got the paper, you know, I was all concerned about color, and we're not working with color today. So I almost should have gotten black and white paper.
You
So I
notice
didn't
that
worry
the
about
printout,
color.
the printouts I gave you were all in black and white.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the scraps that I bought are all color. Will you be teaching boot camp on color?
Excuse me, what was your question?
Will you be teaching a boot camp about color?
You know what, to me, I'll give you the 30-second boot camp on color right now. Don't be afraid. That's it. That's it. Don't be afraid of color. If you let go of being afraid of color, everything else will follow.
Okay.
I was at in Florida once teaching a workshop in enameling, and I was sharing an apartment for the week with another artist she was doing polymer clay, and her specialty was teaching like a gradated necklace of color, and her class was about learning about color. And we were, you know, having a drink before bedtime in the common room, and I said to her, I'm wondering what you do when you're teaching your color class. To me, I find that if I'm not afraid of color, then I can do whatever I want. And I end up, finding something I like. I said, are you really doing anything other than that? And she said, no. So you got the boot camp on color. Stop being afraid. I know I'm being flippant about it, but I'm actually very honest about it. That, having those fears is what gets in your way. And to me, my next part B of the color boot camp is make a mess, and then make another mess, and then make another mess, and start to find what you like. Not what the right color is or what the right color combinations are. Find what you like. And you won't find what you like unless you're not afraid of making a mess. Because, the last thing I want to do is have to look at a color wheel and make decisions based on some stupid color wheel. I just want to enjoy it and have fun and discover what I like. That's, I think, the key. Discover what I like and discover what frees me to do whatever I want. So that would be my color boot camp. Okay. So let's take about a 10-minute break, if that's enough. And then we're going to start getting right into boot camp lessons. Okay, where you're going to be doing things that, some of them take a minute, some of them take 5 minutes. You can't fail. There's no right or wrong. And I'm really introducing you to exercises. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Okay, so everybody 11:45.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you, Janet.
thank you. I'm going to say to everybody that I've gotten a message from a couple people that you didn't get the slides. Does anyone, if you need me to send you a copy of the slide deck that he's using, I'd be happy to send you the email again.
Janet,
Yes. Hey,
okay, thanks.
did you get them? Can't hear you.
Yes, I did get them.
Okay, good.
And what do we do now? What do we put something on pause or what?
You could just come back at 11:45. Yeah, you can
Okay,
just
sweetie.
step away and come back.
Excellent,
We
excellent
give it
lecture.
a sweater. It's cold in my studio.
Oh, I'm outside. It's lovely.
It is so nice. I'm jealous.
Thank you.
Hey,
So Janet, I'm back. So whenever you think people are back, let me know and I'll begin.
Let's see, just give it one more minute here since I
Yeah,
said 11.
sure. Okay, you just let me know.
Okay,
Okay, can I ask a question before we get
Yeah,
started?
sure.
When I was trying to go through what questions came to my mind with the different pieces that you were showing, I found I was looking at, or I was thinking about why do I like it and what about it I like it. But is that really talking more to my inspiration than to design elements? Or could it maybe both?
Well, so did you have answers?
Yes, I did.
So what would be an example of an answer that you had?
I liked, well, part of it was shape, but I liked the texture and the depth and the dimensionality of many elements of many of the pieces.
Okay, so there's a difference between do I like it, which is a closed-ended question, and what do I like about it, which is open-ended. So both of those
Right.
questions are important questions at some point in a process. But you don't necessarily, but if you start with the do I like it, that may get you stuck. Because, the answer may be no. What do you do with that? Because you don't need to like something to use it as an inspiration.
Mhm.
So what you did was you found an open-ended question. And so let's say, well, one of the things I like about it is the depth there. So now that I've named that something I could see, I could think about how I could how could I create it? How could I add more depth to something? How could I add depth in one part?
Mhm.
How could I eliminate depth in one part? Because maybe there's too much depth or it's too confusing. And I want to have one part be more of a focal point than another. So now I'm thinking in terms of depth as a topic for new questions.
Okay.
So we'll actually look at how do we take a topic like depth and turn that into a series of questions. Because the questions are meant to help, to be used to help you do something or think something or make decisions. So you were able to ask that question, what do I like? Find an answer. And now that's something that you can use.
Okay.
So one of the things we want to learn today is how can you use that? Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Is that, I don't know if that specifically answered your question, but it seems it's how I would, that's how I would approach it.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Janet, where do you live?
I live in Sandy Springs,
Okay.
over really on the Dunwoody side of Sandy Springs. I think we're ready to go. Looks like everybody's back pretty much.
Okay, super. So I'm going to shift into talking hands mode. So I don't think you guys really need to see me right now. So let's change my angle. And there's my hair mode. Okay, so I'm just using a bunch of things that I printed out that I don't really need, and I'm using them as scrap paper. You could do this on scrap paper. You could do this exercise in a journal. It doesn't matter. It's just practice. It's becoming familiar with something so that you can practice it and become more comfortable. So the first thing we're going to look at is brainstorming. And remember those guidelines about brainstorming where more is better than good. Try to get into a flow where we're piggybacking on one idea. One thing I didn't have in there was don't be afraid to be silly or crazy or think outside the box. You don't need to like it. You don't need to like what you're doing or what you're coming up with. and don't compare it, don't judge it, don't critique it. We're just trying to generate more possibilities. And so we're going to start with just a brainstorming of words. So I'm going to, on the top, I'm going to put topics. And I'm going to, I like to use a goal of quantity. So, it's possible to have a time goal, like I'm going to do as many as I can in a minute or 2 minutes. What I like to do is give myself a quantity of 10. Because what I find is usually the first 3 or 4 are like the most obvious. And if we're in a room, a lot of people might come up with those. And then what I also find is quite often I get stuck after those first obvious ones. And then after I get through the stuck, I start to find things that feel more personal to me and maybe more important, maybe a little more different. So it's getting through the stuck part that's important. And what I do is I give myself permission, if I'm stuck, to just have a bad solution. Like intentionally put something down that doesn't, I don't need to like it, and it can be totally off base. But it keeps me from feeling stuck. And then it may be that I can piggyback on that or do the opposite of that and keep going with my list. But if I don't have that goal of 10, then it's easy to stop at 4 when I'm stuck. So I'm going to create a list of topics, and I'm going to interpret that however I want. So I'm going to write people, places, things. Let's go objects, animals, landscapes, nature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ideas, buildings, food, cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I got 10. So all I'm doing right now is practicing the ability to make a list. And I'm really collecting words, which are based on ideas that are in my head. So what I'd like you to do is either pick one of mine, and I'm going to show you the next step. Now I'm going to have you do it yourself. So I want you to pick a topic, any topic you want, and make a list of 10 right now. And I'm going to give you about a minute that I'm aiming for. So if you can keep doing it while I'm talking, we're doing the next little demo, but let's see how quickly you can get to 10. So pick any topic you want and make a list of 10 based on that one topic. So for me, if I was doing this, let's say food, I could say dinner, breakfast. So I was piggybacking, right? Breakfast after dinner, snack, health, fruits. So I was piggybacking fruits on health, on snack, candy, dentist, another piggyback, sausage, spaghetti, pizza, exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you see, it doesn't all have to be types of food. It can go anywhere you want. And what we're trying to do is get into this flow where your process can lead you somewhere unexpected. Not to the right answer, but somewhere that you may not have started with. Because we want to feel comfortable allowing ourselves to follow a process that leads us somewhere that we don't know where it's going. Okay, so pick a topic and make a list of 10. Okay, and I'm going to ask you to stop now. I mean, if you want to, I'm going to just have a discussion for a minute. You can keep going if you want. So we're going to do something called metacognition now, where we're thinking about our thinking, which means we're becoming more aware, more self-aware, because that's what we use, that awareness, in our creative art making process. So what was your experience like? So would anyone like to share and describe the experience of brainstorming 10? Did anybody get stuck?
I definitely had
I
that.
started laughing
Okay,
at myself when you got out of the box.
Good.
You know,
I
whenever you went over the top, and realizing that this is really kind of a cool process.
it's a
As I
very
was-
freeing process, I find.
I was evaluating mine as I was writing them.
Good. So it's important to know that that's something that you can let go of the next time, or try to, what can I do when I catch myself evaluating? So I can change that one thing.
Me too. I did the same.
Okay.
I got stuck and then I thought about the zoo. I did animals. And so once I thought about the zoo, I could just list a bunch of animals without thinking. And so it was a lot of fun once I got unstuck. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally, because it's definitely not fun feeling stuck, is it? No.
I found myself that I was very mental. I was trying to categorize or do things in a certain order so I was trying to reach to a more flow, not so much thinking about it, but more feeling what comes to my mind. And that's a difficult exercise, I think.
So that would be an interesting thing to pay attention to, because you described that when you got into feeling something that helped you, but that might be something to learn more about. Is there a certain feeling that you had that was helpful, or what exactly in that experience is helping you feel free so that you don't get stuck or get
I
past
think it was more like letting go of trying to put things into category, right? Like, okay, kinds of foods, or no, just write down whatever comes to mind.
Yeah. So when you were trying to do it the right way, you
Right.
got stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. So brainstorm number 2 is going to be maybe a little more challenging. Okay. This time, what we're going to do is we're going to make a list of 10 questions. So we're going to brainstorm questions. So I'm going to do that to start. Who am I? That's always a good one for me. What do I like? Am I good enough? Who cares? Do I need to be good enough? Do students get this? How can I be better teacher? Why do I teach? Am I teaching myself? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How do I teach myself? So I got my 10. So you can, the only prompt is questions. It can be about anything. Doesn't have to be about what I'm doing. And see if you can find that flow, let go of those different things that might be holding you back, like doing it the right way or having the right answer. Just kind of play with questions. Okay, let's go ahead and stop wherever you're at. And anybody want to share your experience? What happened? I'm asking you to describe the experience that you just had. Yeah, Janet?
Yeah, so I started out with the same, who am I? And then my path went very different. I said, who am I? What do I love? What am I good at? What makes me feel good? What is my favorite way to spend my free time? What drives me? What makes me smile? What makes me angry? What frustrates me? So it started getting dark. You know, so sweetness of light at the beginning, and then I was like, oh, I wonder why that's coming up.
So it led you somewhere that you really didn't expect it to go,
Exactly.
which is great. Even again, because it's practice.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to make something using that. Because that last question or the last couple of questions could then lead you somewhere else.
What I really like about this exercise is that I always tell myself I should journal, and then I'm like, I don't know where to start journaling. And this is a great way to get, you know, away from just judging yourself about journaling or creating, and just a place to get started.
My journals are almost completely filled with lists of questions and thumbnail sketches, and then lists of thumbnail sketches, like iterations of the thumbnail sketches, which we'll do later. I mean, it's almost all my creative practice. And like you said, it's a great, you know, having an easy place to start makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
Because
So Rick-
sometimes I just put a question on the top of a page. And it doesn't mean I have to have 10 questions, because it might lead me somewhere. I don't even know where it's going to lead me. And it doesn't even matter where it's going to lead me, because I might not even look at that page ever again. Because it's just a part of my process. It doesn't need to become a piece of artwork. Anybody else want to share their experience?
Yeah, Ricky, I went to design school, so we had a certain way of designing and drafting and so on. So where this led me was more internal, like, why do I feel like I have to do it right? You know, make my jewelry right. Why do I care what other people think about my jewelry? But the main thing was, why am I afraid to fail? And not, you know, just try things. It's
And-
like that perfectionism.
And isn't it nice that you don't need the answers to these questions?
Yeah,
How freeing is that? That
very.
you don't need to know. Because those are all tough questions.
You're saying the process, I mean, because I went from where am I going all the way down is, am I not spending enough time with my grandchildren? I mean, I'm now diving into this career and not spending it with people that I love. And so it really took me into a different spot. But you're telling me that we don't have to go back and answer those questions. It's just getting it out of our soul and our mind.
Well, first of all, the answers may be, well, it depends. You know, so when I'm thinking about how do I want to prioritize my time? You know, the answer is probably, well, it depends. Depends on my goals. It depends what brings me the most joy. It depends on how much time I have. It depends on who needs me, like depends on what responsibilities I have, like a job or a elderly parent or a child. So there may not be, you know, I would say most of the time there isn't one right answer. And I know, you know, I recently went through, 2 years ago, I went through open heart surgery and knew I needed to make a change when I got out of the hospital. I didn't really know what that change was, and it took me a good year before I started to see the change take place, where I was starting to feel like every day, no matter what I did, I could feel like I was on vacation. You know, like walking to the mailbox, I have a moment like, oh my God, I feel like I'm at the beach, even though I was in my driveway. And my wife asked me, what has changed? I mean, it's really obvious to her how different I feel. And I said, well, I'm not getting caught up on being right. And that one thing, letting go of needing to be right, you know, and not just hearing people talk about it, but practicing that has totally changed my whole way of being. So yeah, I would agree that not needing to know the answer or the right answer is going to be a part of your path in anything you do that's creative. Because if you know what the right answer is, it's probably not creative anymore. It's just copying what somebody else says. You know, whether it's your parents or your teacher or your religion, you know, your pocketbook, your bank statement, you know, whatever it is that's giving you what you think the right answers are, is being able to, you know, challenge that. And, you know, what creative work can you imagine that someone didn't go against the grain of what was good? So this is allowing us to practice that with no consequences. You know, and that's what the mini lessons to me are for, is that you can't fail. You know, you can make a list of 10 questions, you know, answering them is a different challenge. And there may not be answers. And if you can accept that there aren't answers, that they're just, you know, some that are better than others at this moment in time. You know, and that might change tomorrow, might change next year. So did that answer you at all?
Yes, it was great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's take one of our questions and ask 10 more questions. Now remember, it can go anywhere, right? Don't, you know, you're not trying to find the right questions, but we're using that one question that you choose. So we just made a collection, right, of questions, and now we're cropping it. We're choosing one. Now you can think about which one you like or which one is harder, or you can close your eyes and put your finger on one. Doesn't matter where you start. And so we're cropping the list to choose one to start with.
And then we have questions. So it's more questions,
More questions.
not statements, but always questions. Okay.
No, whatever. No, this exercise is questions.
Okay.
You could do statements another time. It could go back and forth, not a right way. Okay, let's go ahead and stop. Or keep going if you want. Anybody want to share their experience? What happened? Describe what you saw, what you learned, what you felt. What you discovered.
I'm starting to feel freer about writing my questions. They
And
seem to,
that's after what, 2 or 3 lists, right?
right.
Actually, I felt the opposite. I felt like the funnel was getting narrower and more uncomfortable.
Okay. So now I would ask myself, do I need to feel comfortable? So I think that might be an interesting
Mhm.
prompt as, if, so as I was writing my questions, that might be, I'm noticing my feelings. And if I feel like I'm funneling something, my question might be, do I need to funnel and narrow, or can I expand? Because did anyone tell you that you had to do it a certain way? So if I look at my question, do I need to be good enough? I might, instead of funneling that down to what makes me good enough or what do I need to learn, I could say, what would happen if I destroy something? What would happen if I make a mess? And that could lead, so taking the opposite as a question can change your whole thinking. Because we don't want to be thinking there's one type of question that we can ask. There's not a right question. There's not a right way to ask the questions. Can you imagine how I have driven my daughter crazy in her life? When she asks me a question and I challenge her to go beyond that question, or I say, well, it depends. What do you think it depends on? So she's become an engineer who's really good at asking questions. Anybody else want to share their experience? Did anyone come up with a really interesting question? And what makes a question interesting?
I don't know if this is interesting or not, but I did something positive for once, and I said, where do I feel happy? So, it kind of helped me think about positives about making jewelry, and maybe being happy is okay, but then you're saying maybe it's okay to be unhappy.
Maybe they're both good.
Mhm.
Maybe they're so that might be a whole. Okay, so it's possible to take that question or that topic, happiness, and brainstorm happiness. I mean, for me, if I was brainstorming happiness, on my list is gonna be Lake George, Adirondack Mountains, licorice, sunsets at the beach, playing cards with my family, watching my daughter blossom. So I got a list of happiness, and I might make a list of unhappiness, running out of money, failure, waiting in line, things like that. And then I might start choosing one of those and maybe let's do questions about that. Watching my daughter blossom, what could be a list of 10 questions about that? So at some point, I might find what I consider my burning questions. These are the things that define Ricky Frank. When I look back at my life, they've always been a part of me, even if I'm not aware of it. And these are the things that drive us to excel, to improve, to express ourselves. Because if you don't care, why go through the pain of all the failure it takes in the creative process? Why have the grit and the perseverance to not just give up when things suck, when things don't look good, when you don't believe you can do it? when learning the technique is going to take too much time. So discovering these burning questions, I mean, you're not going to find your burning questions unless you look for them, right? And everybody who is doing anything meaningful to them is using their burning questions. And when you're making your artwork, those burning questions are a core part of what you're doing. You're finding visual answers to those questions. And if for me, if I think that visual answer has to look a certain way, I'm stuck. So I've got several challenges. One is to, become aware of who I am through my burning questions, maybe, and to learn how to think about images that may reflect something about my burning questions. And then, as somebody mentioned earlier, how do we change those images to more closely align with our idea that we're trying to express? So, being able to brainstorm images then becomes part of my goal. Just like looking at a photograph, how do I think about making that into a piece of jewelry? What techniques do I know? What am I good at? What do I like? How much time do I have? What am I willing to waste if I'm not successful? Maybe not going to use this $1,000 Walder Opal when I'm learning how to do something else. Am I learning or am I performing? So all these things relate to one another. They're all part of that process of really self-discovery through our artwork. That's really what we're doing. We're not trying to discover what Tom Herman made or what question Aaron McScy had when he was making his work. We're trying to find what our questions are, so the decisions that we make are about how we're answering our questions. And the more comfortable we can be with our questions, even if they're uncomfortable questions. I mean, think about the novelist who is writing something that it makes they want you to think about the world. Those aren't necessarily comfortable questions they're asking themselves. So your questions don't need to be comfortable. They just need to be something that leads you to something you care about. So let's now do something where we're going to take one of our topics, remember that list of topics, and make a list of 10 questions based on the topic, or based on that one topic that you chose. So someone earlier, we were talking in the break about depth. So that could be the topic that could then lead me to questions. So who was that? Was that Janet that was asking me about that? So that, that's a suggestion, maybe use depth as your topic, and now ask, instead of just having a list of questions or a list of questions based on a question, now let's use a topic as your starting point for your questions. That make sense? So we're really practicing playing with brainstorming and questions. And the next step then is going to be adding visual elements to it. So let's try to get up to 10 questions. Give yourself permission to make bad questions, stupid questions, silly questions, crazy questions, questions your mother would ask, question your dog's thinking about. And so changing your perspective of who's asking the question is a different way of asking a question. Okay, let's go ahead and stop. And does anybody want to share their experience? Describe your experience. Did you discover anything? Did you get stuck? Were you frustrated? Were you happy? Were you excited? Were you bored?
Found it
I
went
picked,
Let's let Janet Gregory go first.
I did do depth as my topic, and I found I worked more slowly working with a specific topic. And I wrote longer questions about something that specific.
Can you want to share some of your questions?
I went from why do I like depth to does depth tie to something in my past that I can't articulate? So it's kind of all over the place. When would I want to add depth to a piece I'm working on? So those are, I got a little stuck, so I tried not to do how-to questions, but I did a couple just to get me past it. Like, how do I add depth in a metal piece and an enamel piece? But those are some examples of the kinds of questions and how it worked this time around.
Okay. And you know, going all over the place is okay. In fact, that's really very appropriate for this exercise. Anybody else? Janet?
I just have to say, first of all, I never run into anyone named Janet, and there are 3 Janets on this call. So hello to the other Janets.
I had the same thought.
Yeah. So my topic was office supplies, and then I listed, you know, the different kinds of office supplies because I just set up my office last week. And so of the 10 office supplies, I picked paper clips. And I thought, why did I pick paper clips? That is so narrow, you know? And so then I'm like, what are they used for? What are they not used for? What can you link them together? Who invented them? Where were they invented? Where are they made? Can I make my own? Can I make other styles of paper clips? You know, so it's so interesting to me that something so random could take me down this rabbit hole. And now I'm thinking, like, I want to make really weird paper clips.
Can you guys imagine a series or a body of work of jewelry that was based on the idea of paper clips?
Yeah,
I mean, lots of different types. I mean,
right.
you know, what do paper clips do? That could be the theme.
Well, maybe she,
Okay, so see, it can lead us to areas that we're so used to thinking the right image or the right way of making art, but that's not where interesting art comes from. It comes from the interest of the artist. And, you know, a lot of people would say, an interesting artist who shares their interest. It doesn't have to be the right interest. It's just something they're interested in. Anybody else want to share? Yes. Was it Margaret?
Peggy.
Peggy. okay.
Peggy.
Oh, I
Hey,
know you, Peggy.
Ricky.
Yeah.
Eats and Sweets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Patty.
Yep. Peggy and I go way back,
So, way back.
and all her sisters.
Yes. So this has been extremely thought because just a little beginning to the thought process being squelched as a child. So learning was not one of my fortes because I had what they would call severe ADD, and they didn't address that in the 50s and 60s. So in order to take, my happy place was laying in the backyard looking at trees and pine straw and clouds. But I was always yelled at because I needed to be in with paper and pencil doing math and things that were very difficult for me. And you could not take art classes unless you were smart enough to pass math and all of the other subjects. So instead of guiding me in on an artistic path, there were things that you had to do before you could experiment in that. I think it's quite different now, but doing this exercise, it keeps coming up that you're not good enough to do art because you're not smart enough to do art. And you're being judged. I feel internally I'm being judged with my creativity because I wasn't smart enough to do the stuff that allowed me to be channeled the way I should have been channeled. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely. Well, that makes sense, but it definitely, the premise doesn't make any sense that you have to be smart enough to do art because they're totally different types of learning and processes.
I know,
Yeah.
but so my thing was nature, since that's where my spirituality and everything else is. So how do I incorporate what I see in nature in my artwork? And I was so excited to see the pieces and the complexity of some of the pieces that intertwine the planets with the pieces of artwork. And allowed me to feel freer to express without being judged. And I thank you so much. This is wonderful.
Oh, super. You know, it's interesting listening to Peggy talk because it reminds me, I'm listening to Peggy's emotion right now and how important this feels to her. And I'm thinking about, I was at a conference once and there was a man named Robert Evendorf there. He's a very famous art jeweler. And he and I and my wife were talking and he was warning me. He was telling me, you know, you need to be really careful because you don't want to be doing therapy as a teacher. And my wife and I talk about this too, because what I'm doing as a teacher is helping students connect with things that are happening inside. And it's possible that can bring up something that's upsetting or very upsetting. So I want you to realize or understand that, you know, I'm aware of that. And I'm not, you know, I have a master's in psychology, but I'm not a therapist.
Yes. Beautiful.
And that it's okay for you to shut yourself down if you need to. You know, that if something starts to come up that is too much, don't feel like you have to go down that path today. Okay, it might be great that it's happening, but something could also become so emotional that it becomes very upsetting. And, you know, this is not the place that I can help you, and I'm certainly not the person to be able to. So I want you
Oh,
to feel like you have permission. And I don't feel like Peggy was doing that, but it reminded me as I heard Peggy's emotion, it made me realize that it's important to make sure that you feel like you can stop whenever you need to. That
okay.
the class is for you, and if you need to, you know, if something is bringing up something that you're not expecting and it's painful and you don't want to do that now, just don't. Yeah, Peggy?
So, yes, absolutely. It did not, I mean, it triggered, but in a good way, because I feel like what we're doing is allowing us, giving us permission to get rid of all that bullshit and just do.
But we don't know where it's going to go.
Right.
And that's what I'm doing is I'm trying to give you permission to let things flow, but you don't necessarily know where they're going to go. And I don't either.
Well, it
So I
feels
do want
very
people to know
positive.
that you need to be responsible for yourself. And when you start to see something, if something does come up that's scary, you know, take care of yourself, whatever that
It
means.
hasn't happened.
I
It
didn't
has
think
to.
it was, but it reminded me of these conversations, or I've had Zoom classes where one of my students is crying because what we're doing is bringing up memories of her mother. Yeah, so
Okay.
I never know what's going to happen, but
Okay.
we're dealing with things on a different level than most classes.
Absolutely.
So, and thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Anybody else want to share? Okay, well, let's move on. So what we're going to do now is move more into the visual elements. So what I've got is I found, this is a cover. I love calendars because they have such great images on them. This is a really old 2016 George O'Keeffe calendar. And I'm turning it because my screen is more horizontal than vertical. And I'm not trying to do anything that I need to like or have it the right way. So I've just found an image. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of paper and I'm going to fold it in half and I'm going to make a viewfinder. And a viewfinder is something that's going to help me crop what I'm looking at. So I'm going to cut it like this and cut it like that and open it up. So now I've got a symmetrical shape. It doesn't need to be symmetrical, but I'm using a symmetrical shape, and it doesn't need to be a certain size. In fact, it might be nice to have a collection of different shapes and different sizes of these. And so what I'm going to do is go on a treasure hunt now, looking for design elements. And I'm going to use this for looking for lines. So I'm going to just move this along the page and look for lines. And I'm not looking for good lines or bad lines. All I'm doing is becoming familiar with seeing lines. Because like right there, I'm not seeing a whole lot of line in here. But there are areas where the lines are more distinct and some areas where the lines are more feathered. So what I'm going to do now is start to make some thumbnails. So I'm starting a practice of translating what I see onto a piece of paper. So I'm going to make a thumbnail sketch of the shape, and I'm going to pick one line. And I'm going to imagine that line that I'm seeing here. And I'm going to imagine it on my thumbnail shape. So I'm going to go like that. That's all I'm doing. So I'm going to make a collection now. I think I'll go ahead and just make a bunch of these. You know, they don't have to be the right size. They don't have to be proportional. It doesn't matter. I'm letting go of needing to be good or right or perfect. And I'm going to look for another line. So now I'm seeing this line. So what am I seeing? I'm seeing a curve and a point and a curve and a point and a curve and a longer point and another curve. So I'm going to just make a copy of that. So really what I'm practicing is seeing something, it's going through my brain, through my mind's eye, and then I'm copying what's in my mind's eye onto the piece of paper. That's all I'm doing is making a line. And it doesn't matter if it's good or perfect or, you know, exact. It's practice. Because how often do we look at something and see a line and then copy that line? You know, unless we do that intentionally, which is the dedicated practice, we're not improving our ability to see and to make a thumbnail. So the more comfortable and confident I can become making thumbnail sketches, the easier it's going to be creative with my thumbnail sketches. It's hard to be creative with a thumbnail sketch if I'm afraid of making a thumbnail sketch. So I'm becoming familiar and comfortable so that I can become confident. So I'm going to pick another line. See that line, that line, that line. There it is, right there. So I don't think we need to do this now unless you've already got material in front of you. But that's something that you can do at any point today if you're waiting or later. I just want you to understand that concept and how easy it is and how you really can't fail to do it. There's not a right way to do it. Okay, so let's look at another way to make a viewfinder. I'm going to take a piece of paper and I'm going to create an L. There's an L. Let's see. So here's an L. And now I'm going to take my piece of paper and make another L. And now I can change the size of my viewfinder and really crop to find a line. Or I can even change it from a rectangle or a square into a polygon and make different shapes. So there are two different things that I can be doing here. I can be collecting thumbnails. So I'm seeing that. So really now I'm practicing seeing this shape of my viewfinder. So that was just practice right then. And now I'm practicing finding a line and imagining that line and copying what I imagine. That's all that was. So that was practice. Or I could also do something with my camera phone. Right now I'm using it as a camera for this exercise, you know, for our viewing, so I can't do it. But I could take pictures of all my little crops. So, you know, of course you can crop something on your camera but you're going to end up with a square or a rectangle.
hmm
But here, using something like this, or using something like this, you can then take pictures of these and make a collection. And then print those out. Because if you leave things on your computer, they pretty much vanish unless they're right up in front of you on the screen. So if you can print them out, now you've got them as your inspirations that you can use. They don't really work really well as an inspiration when they're hidden in a folder on your computer.
Exactly.
I know that an example of that would be, I love using music as my analogies. There's a story that Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys writes about when he wrote, let's see, he's writing the song, I don't know, I'm not sure which it was, but he was listening to the Ronettes, and he was driving along, and it was such a different sound that he pulled over, listened to the whole thing, and then he went and bought a whole bunch of those records and put one in each room of his house. So he would, everywhere he walked in his house, he was reminded, and like someone talked about, he was able to emulate. I guess Janet was talking about that. He was able to emulate that artist, that musician, and that song, because that made him think about it. But if that music was on his computer, he wouldn't be able to walk through the house and be inspired by that. So getting this stuff out of your computer and in front of you is really important. So you want to immerse yourself in your collections so you can use your collections, not keep them hidden in a box or hidden away somewhere.
I have to say, I heard about this about Bill Gates, that in his garage, he put like maps all over of where he was planning on going on a trip. So when he pulled into the garage, he'd look at them every time to learn the geography and of where he was going and learn the names of the places and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it became a habit. It became part of his muscle memory. And the reality is, the neuroscience of it is, he was creating new synapses every time he looked at that map, at those maps. And that's really what we're doing, is we're creating habits and skills, is we're changing our brain. We're creating new synapses that make it easier for us to do something, because our brain already has a pathway for each of those skills. And the more you do it, the deeper that, well, the stronger that synapse grows, and the more likely it is that you can use that. So that's just, that's a whole new subject, is neuroscience. So two different types of cropping, or two different types of viewfinders, and then two different ways to use them. One is to copy what you see. Now you could also do, let's copy, let's search for color. Let's search for gradations. Here's a gradation. Let's search for patterns. There's not a lot of patterns here. But search for specific elements, because what we want to start doing is learning how to go beyond labeling, like labeling when I was looking at Wolfgang Botz's trees. Instead of seeing the tree, I'm seeing the design elements, because it's easier for me to change the design element than to say I'm going to change the tree. And I'll show you that in a moment. So actually, let's actually do that right now. I'm going to take a piece of paper, and I'm going to, let's divide it this way. I got 8. Now I got 10. Okay, so I'm going to draw a line right there. And I'm going to describe now what I see, because it's not a tree, or it could be. And it's not a shoelace, but it could be. And it's not spaghetti, but it could be. It's a line. And I'm going to describe what I see. So what are the different things that we can see just looking at this one image? Anybody want to share what you see? Not a label, not an interpretation, but let's imagine that you were on the phone with somebody and you had to describe that line or that image right here. How would you describe it to them on the phone? Because they
A
can't.
slanted line?
What does slanted mean?
I don't know.
That's
It's
an
a-
interpretation, right?
Going down.
Okay.
Decreasing, descending.
So is that a slanted line?
No.
No.
Okay, so
A
what are we-
diagonal line.
Is that an angle?
so a diagonal is more descriptive than slanting.
It goes from top left to lower right.
So maybe it's going from side and height to side and bottom. Because that's a diagonal line too. It's going from height, top to bottom, and side to side. This one's not going from side to side, is it?
No.
So this is different from that because it's not going from side to side. Is that the biggest difference?
It's not in an angle, it's straight.
It's not, you know what? It's not creating angles. See that right there?
Yeah.
It's a
That's
45.
an angle. That's an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually creating an angle. It's just a 90-degree angle. How else could we describe this line?
It's a thin line.
It's so thin or thickness may be a way to see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What else? What are its qualities? Or characteristics?
Do you mean we could measure it and say how long it is?
Yeah, so it's got length, right? It had thickness, has thickness. It's also got length, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What else does it have?
It's
Doesn't connect. It's
So it's got maybe position
right.
relative to the border.
it's creating a triangle, an inner space.
Okay, so that's like the diagonal that we were talking about.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Going from one.
it's allowing for a structure inside itself.
I don't know what that means, but you do.
Oh, I just meant like it's the possibility of creating something in those borders.
Well,
Like
doesn't
it's
this also
dividing
create?
the space.
It's, well, okay, doesn't this divide the space?
Mhm.
So is that really a description? If the line's inside the space, doesn't it divide it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other characteristics?
It has starting and ending points.
Well, that's the definition of a line.
Okay,
Well, that line divides almost equally the space.
So,
Upper right, lower
so
left.
so proportion, something about dividing proportionately.
Mm.
And you're saying it's dividing it, the proportions are kind of equal.
Versus the one next to it, right? Divides
Yeah,
it
like if
almost
I was cutting a
quarter.
pizza, if I was cutting a pizza for my wife and I wanted the big slice, I wouldn't make that line. She'd say, give me a small, make a smaller slice for me when I'm cutting up the cake. That helps me figure out where the line goes, right? When I put the the knife into the cake?
Because it would be at a different angle.
Yeah. Or a different placement in the hole. Actually, it depends whether the cake has been cut up or not already, whether there's a slice out. Does it is the line a solid line?
It's solid, yes.
It's solid. It doesn't
It
connect.
doesn't look like this, does it?
No,
Right, it's a solid line.
Solid line. Is it opaque?
Solid black.
It's a black line. It's not like this, is it? Is it opaque or is it transparent, or is that descriptive? Can you see what's under it?
So big.
Can't
It's
see what's
opaque.
under it. Okay, so these are different ways of describing this line. So with each description, there's something I can change. So let's change, remember we were talking about the diagonal and the angle? What if we change that? So let's take a piece of paper, and you can do this too. So I'm going to make 10. There's my line, and I'm going to change the angle. So I'm going to imagine a different angle, and I'm going to draw what I imagine. Now I can either change the angle from here or just change it from here. It doesn't really matter. That's kind of close to that. So let's make it a little bit more like that. So I'm not trying to get the right angle or the right diagonal. All I'm doing is brainstorming right now.
You could go the opposite direction in the box with the line.
Right, but that in reality, that's two different changes. So that's
Oh.
changing the diagonal, and it's also flipping it. Right?
Mhm.
Let's see if we could just change just make one change for this. You know, we might run out of, we might not get to 10. Doesn't matter. It's the concept that we're practicing seeing something and just naming it. And that helps us then change it. So I call this exercise name it and change it. Let's do the same thing with a shape. So what are the different things that we can see here? What characteristics does it have?
It's a floating triangle.
So it's got 3 sides.
The sides are almost the same length, roughly.
I see this one closer to this one and one shorter one.
Yeah.
So isosceles.
You see, but we don't want to name it. We don't want to label it. We want to describe it. So you said it was floating. I would describe it as it's not touching the edges. Right, there's space between the triangle or the lines and the border.
It feels like it's-
That's like floating, right? But
Yeah.
I'm describing that I'm seeing this space around it.
it seems like
Because
it's
because
pointing up.
because listen, I could say I want to change how it's floating, Or I could say, I want the space around the triangle to be more exaggerated. Is it still floating?
Yeah.
Yes,
But did I change it?
yes, the
Because I
size.
changed the space around, I changed the size, but I also changed the space around there. So I'm changing what I'm seeing.
You could change the direction.
Which is like rotating it too.
Right.
What else
You-
could I do?
You could start
What
the
else-
corner on
else-
the edge.
What else do we see? Let's stay focused on what I can see. So on this one, the longer lines are connecting at the top. Is that accurate?
Yes,
On this one, the longer lines are connecting at the bottom.
can you say it's pointed downward?
Well, aren't all these pointed somewhere?
It looked
Is
like the first triangle was pointed up and then this one's pointed down.
But that's your interpretation of what's pointing. Because what if I went like this?
Uh,
See what I mean?
no,
Now, which way does it look like it's pointing?
To the right.
Right over to here?
left.
So you see why the labeling part is important, to get past the labeling. And remember now, we're learning a new skill. And you're not confident with this, you don't have muscle memory, and you're not comfortable with it because it's new. So this is all now just stuff you're becoming familiar with. So when you're getting familiar with something like this, it can be frustrating because you don't know it yet. So it's
What
part
if you use the box edge to make one of the edges of the triangle? You know what I'm saying? Like you basically got rid of one of the lines and used the line from the edge. Yeah.
So one of the lines is also one of the borders.
Correct.
Is that very descriptive?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
What else do we see from that original one?
In the original one,
This one. Well, I already changed that one, so I don't want to use that anymore. What do
in
we
the
see?
original one, the lines are all solid.
Okay. So we could go like this. Right? What else do we see?
broken line.
No, on this one.
Oh.
This isn't meant to be broken.
It's leaning to the right.
So there's and let's see. So that's with the rotation, right?
Rotation.
Like that. Is it hollow? Or is there something inside it? Or is it a border that we're seeing? Is this different than this? Are these different?
Yes, one is transparent. And one
Well,
is.
is that line transparent?
No, inside of the triangle.
So inside the triangle. So just for instance, if I was thinking about making jewelry right now, would I look at this and consider making them the same way?
No,
No,
This could be a solid piece of metal that has been cut out and soldered onto a background. This could be 3 wires that are soldered together or soldered to a background. This could have something inside of it, but this would have something on top of it. So the depth would be different between this one and this one, right? If I was going to put a gemstone next to this one, the way I did the setting for this one next to a solid piece of metal might be different than next to a wire. So just the difference between it being solid and being a hollow center or blank center may change everything that I do. That's not important now about how to make it. I'm just showing you the difference between this and this may affect my final product. Okay, and let's now, so let's do this. We're going to take a break soon, but I want you, hopefully you've got this list. And I've made a list of changes. So this is something that you want to start to become familiar with so that you can start to memorize these. Because probably right now, when I ask you, how could I change this? You probably have about, remember when we're brainstorming, you probably have about 3 or 4 changes that come right to mind, but you probably don't have 10. And do you think you're going to be more creative if you use the 9th and the 10th change than if you only have the first 4? Yeah. So what we want to do is to give ourselves more choices by having in our map of possible changes, more changes. Like if you're going on vacation, if there are more gas stations on the interstate and they have different prices and they have different conveniences, you know, some sell hamburgers and some sell candy and some have self-serve and some you got to have an attendant and some has air, you have more choices and you're more likely to get what you want. It's the same thing having these different types of changes that you can make. So let's take this triangle now and use different changes. So I'm going to take a triangle and I'm going to change it. I'm going to name what I see and I'm going to make a change. And I'm not going to keep using the same change. I might not be even making the same thing that I see. So I'm seeing 2 lines that are about the same length and one that is shorter. So I'm going to change that. I'm going to change one is really short, much shorter. So now my triangle looks like that. And now I'm going to rotate it and have it touch one border. So I made 2 changes. That was just by accident though. Now I'm going to make the lines thicker. So now I'm seeing the thick lines, but I'm also seeing thick lines that are all the same thickness. See, I see something different now. So I'm going to change one thing. I'm going to make 3 different thicknesses. Now I'm seeing 3 different thicknesses, and I'm going to change that. I'm going to make each line go from thick to thin. Now I'm seeing all three lines are going from thick to thin. And now I'm going to change that so that the lines are going from thick. No, I'm going to make it change from thin to thick to thin. So my line is going like this. So they're all differences, but I've started with this one. Now I'm going to name one thing I see, and I'm seeing on this one, there's an equal amount of space on either side. So on the sides, there's a lot of space, and on the top and bottom, there's not as much space. Less space, top and bottom, more space, left and right. So I'm going to make it so there's more space at the bottom and more space on this side. So I'm basically moving this over to here. More space here, more space there. So I named what I saw and I changed it. So it sounds very, to me, I'm having to consciously think about these things. But what happens is when we do this enough, when we don't have to think and try to remember these different things, these different changes, like I know I can move it, which is what I just did, right? That's all I did. I moved this over and up, over and up. And I can shrink it. I could break it apart. I could lighten it. I could texture it. All these different changes that when I'm familiar with them and they become muscle memory, then I can do things creatively with them. And everything just flows. Which is what creative art, visual artists are doing. I mean, I'm basically breaking down what a visual artist does when they make changes. And I'm trying to give you a tool that starts with the baby step of naming what you see, finding a change that you want to make, and then doing it with a simple thumbnail sketch. So we're eliminating the preciousness, we're eliminating the worry about whether it's the right one, whether it's a good one, or whether you like it. Because those are not relevant for a goal. The goal is to see something and describe it, and to remember a change and to make the change, and to use the thumbnail to make the change. Those are the goals, not good or better or like it. Did someone have a question?
Could you show the emerge?
I can try to imagine one. What if I did something like that? Does that give the feeling of emerging?
Mhm.
And why was I able to do that? Because I imagined something coming up out of nothing. Because that's in my, I mean, I've seen things like that all the time, and I've made things all the time that emerge, especially going from, it's understanding light and dark.
Mhm.
I mean, this could also be the feeling of emerging also. Or it could also be when we're combining things, it could be something that looks like this. Is that emerging?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Or it could be is that more emerging? So by using different elements and combining elements, we can make those changes. But I can do this because I have muscle memory for playing and changing and combining and making thumbnails, because I've done it so much. And I find that this helps me be creative rather than being able to draw a horse. You know, if I have to try to draw a horse, I immediately shift into good and bad, right and wrong. Do I like it? And that's a different skill. It's a different type of practice, and it's got different uses. It's not good or bad. It's just a different skill set. But what I want to do is to be more creative. So I'm asking different types of questions. What do I see? What can I change? Those are the questions I'm asking. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break. And if you are back early, or if you're, want to do it during your lunch, here is a suggestion. Going to make a line, any line, make a curved line, make a couple curves, make an angle, make a straight line, take one line and make 10 changes. So we're practicing that brainstorming. We're practicing remembering. I mean, you can refer to your list. That's what I would suggest doing. And you're going to find that some of these changes you're really comfortable with. And you're going to find some, it's like, how do I do that? So both of those are important. And then I want you to start with a shape. I want you to start with a pattern. So a pattern is going to be two different ways of making a pattern. One pattern could be a series of shapes. So a combination of shapes. And let's, for the sake of this exercise, a pattern has similar shapes. Okay. And a pattern could be a series of lines. Okay, so you could do either or both. And let's do 10. We're going to call this iterations. An iteration is one change based on the first one. And then the last one's going to be value. So the value is going to have some kind of shape. So start with something and change it. So it could be make it smaller. Make it lighter. Make it go from dark to light. Make it in one corner. Okay, so we got line, shape, pattern, value. So name it and change it. And I'm really going to emphasize use the naming part, because that's the part that if you don't name what you see, you're just going to rely on, well, I'm going to move something. But if you name what you're seeing, it's going to force you to see something. And that's what we want to get. That's part of this process, is moving beyond the interpretation of a tree and now it's a shape and another shape that overlap. And now I can change each of these and create 10 different trees. But just saying I want to make 10 different trees here, I'm missing something. There's some steps I'm missing here of making 10 trees or making 10 changes to these two shapes. This is much easier for me to do. Okay, so you have an assignment to do either during lunch or while you're waiting for people to come back, and then we'll talk a little bit about this when we come back. So everyone know what to do? You can do this
Yep.
with a pen, with a Sharpie, with a pencil. Find something that feels comfortable for you. You might find that a brush and some paint make making shapes easier, because the paintbrush itself and the medium itself lends itself to shapes. You know, like how much pressure you use, or the size of your brush, or the angle of your brush. Those are all things you can change as you use a tool. Okay, so about 10 of 2 will come back, and we're going to keep playing with making some changes, and then we're going to move into combinations. Okay. Any questions? So we'll look at this after lunch, okay? Or after the break, whatever you want to do with your break. So I will see you guys in a little bit.
Alexa, Spotify. Everywhere. Here's Spotify and some of these.
Why you silly? Yeah, Belle, you're so good. You can eat my food. Bella, you want some of this?
What's the spot?
Want some chicken? Come here. Milo, Kiki.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, Janet.
So I'm confused about this line shape pattern value thing. So is it, so I took a line. Okay. You see? Let me take the. Oh, no. So can you see that? See the bottom? I was thinking like a line and then I'm making a squiggly line, then I change the line, then I'm adding like different ways to do the line. Is
Mhm.
that what you meant?
Well, I can't really see from
Okay.
from camera. So what changes did you make? Can you just tell me what the changes were?
Well, one, I thickened the edge of the line, and then one, I darkened only the divots out of the shape,
Okay,
like the valleys. I only darkened the valleys.
okay,
And then one, I just made the whole thing like opaque. And then one I made polka dotted.
okay.
And then I was just trying to do something with that. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So what was your process of doing it? That's more important than whether you did it right or wrong. So what,
I went from more simple to more complex. Is that what you mean?
no. So the way I did it was I looked at the image looked at the design element, and I described what I saw. And then I thought about different changes that I could make with what I saw, and I applied one change to it.
Okay,
And then I did it again. And you tried to use different things that I saw that I could change, and I tried to use different types of changes. So I think there's
I think
something.
the second example, I went off the reservation. The first one, that's what I was doing.
Okay, it's all fine. You know, it's all practicing thinking in a different way.
Yeah, that was great.
You know, it's not things that we're used to doing. You know, when I was, you know, many years ago, my wife's background was modern dance and choreography, and she one day she asked me to critique what she was doing. She was doing something for either a performance or a class, getting something ready, and she said, "I want you to critique. I want you to watch this and give me a critique." And I cringed because my wife is super sensitive, and you know I can turn my head wrong, and you know it's upset. And I just knew this was not going to be a good thing, because I, you know, did not feel comfortable looking at dance and making any kind of comment other than I like it or I don't like it. And so, you know, I sat down and she did some movement, and I was just kind of cringing the whole time, knowing I was going to have to respond. And then she, you know, finished what she was doing, and she turned to me and went like, "Well," and I said, "I have to be honest. I am scared to death to open my mouth and say anything, because I'm just afraid I'm going to hurt your feelings and we're going to get in a fight." And she said, "Oh, I don't care if you like it." She said, "I just want to know what you see. I just want you to tell me what you see so that I can tell whether what I'm doing, what I'm trying to have you see, is something that you can see."
Oh,
And she said, "That's what a critique is." And I said, "Oh, well, I can do that. This is what I saw." And I started describing things that I saw her do, like you went from slow to fast, or you pointed your arm in that direction, or, you know, whatever it was I remembered saying. And she went, "Oh, great, thanks." And that was it. And okay, so, but the really cool thing is, I had 3 employees at the time. I don't remember, Joanne Hernandez may have been, let's see, David and no, Joanne wasn't working for me then. And so I was so excited that this is how to critique, and I was going to teach my employees how to critique. And so I brought them downstairs. I brought them into my studio and showed them this piece that I had made. It was a face, a cloisonne face, and it was pretty boring. And I had some nice, you know, a little bit of color gradation, but pretty mundane. And I didn't like it. It's like, you know, I'm just kind of working out of habit right now, not doing anything special. And I said, I want to use this as a piece, and we're going to critique it. And we're going to use this process that Pat showed me about critiquing. And so I don't want you to tell me what you like or don't like or how you would change it. I just want you to tell me what you see. And so they were talking a lot about the scale of what they saw, like, you know, the nose is this size and the eyes are this size, and some different things like that. So I went, "Great, thanks." And then I went back and took what I had learned from what they saw and exaggerated everything. And actually, let me show you the result. Coincidentally, I have it here, so. So I made this piece. And I exaggerated some of the features and left a lot of space and started to play with a whole bunch of different design elements. And was really, really pleased with it. And then thought, okay, I'm just going to expand the imagery outside the shape of the enamel into the metal. And I, used similar types of design elements, but changed material, obviously, because I was using gold and silver. And I made one piece and really liked it. And I made a series. And I went down to a big craft show in Winter Park, Florida. And that piece won. They have a award system at this one show where the best of show is a $9,000 prize, and they bought it for their collection in their library. So that piece won best of show. So I got a $9,000 prize that Saturday night of the show. It was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday show. And they publicized a picture of it in the paper in the Sunday morning Orlando Journal or Sentinel or something. And they had a typo and they said, the price was $900 and they said the price was $90. And so when I showed up at my booth Sunday morning to start putting all the jewelry out, there was a line of people waiting to buy it. They saw the price and they also didn't see, that the library would own it. And I think I sold about $13,000 worth of my jewelry that day on Sunday. And it was one of the 2 times in my life where I was so busy for so long that I wished everyone would just leave. I was so tired of taking everyone's money and dealing with everybody. And I had my wife helping me show the jewelry. I had a friend from college, just his job was to stand in the corner where the piece was and point at it. And his wife was getting boxes ready for sales. And all 4 of us were busy all day long. And at the end of the day, my total, for the weekend was over $30,000 sales and award. And I'd never had that much money in my life. And that show changed my life. And so that piece changed my life, and that critique my employees gave me changed my life. And so my wife's question to have me critique her dance changed my life. And learning to change from do I like it to what do I see, that question changed my life. So I think it's kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah, great story.
It's a great story. So Pat got all the money then?
Excuse me?
Did Pat get all the money then?
Let's see. I don't have a clever answer for it. So, but what was cool was at that show then became my biggest money maker, because it used to be that any woman that was really nicely dressed and was into showing off flashy jewelry would normally just walk by my booth, because my jewelry wasn't their taste. My jewelry is about how it makes you feel rather than how it makes somebody else feel, like thinking you're special. So all of a sudden, all these women that prior just, turned their nose up and walked by, they all knew I was the famous jewelry artist that won Best of Show, for years. So they started collecting my work, and I started averaging $40,000 in sales at that show for like 5 years. So that show basically, and then I started doing the Disney Festival of the Masters, which is just in Kissimmee down the road from Winter Park, and started averaging 30,000. So all of a sudden we were making, for 5 years, we were making a ton of money. This is back in the 90s. And it paid for our house. So I guess you could say Pat got the money and that
Yeah.
our mortgage got paid off. So it's a pretty important epiphany there. So
I have a question.
yeah,
Were your other pieces like this brochure, or was it like a, when you said you made all that money in one day, was your whole collection?
no, I had
Like
maybe
that, or?
I had a half a dozen of those. And then I
I
had,
mean, I'm talking about knockoffs to something else, like a bracelet or a ring or whatever.
no, but the next year I had rings and earrings that were used in that same style.
Okay.
They were simplified because they were smaller. You know, that piece was about, maybe 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches diameter, which for me was a big piece. But when I started doing rings, they were much smaller. So the imagery got simplified inside the enamel because the enamel is going to be a lot smaller. And that really comes into, you know, what we're working on today is how do we, you know, how do you take an idea and turn it into an image, but how do you then take an image and make it into a series? Because that's all you're doing when you create a series is you're using similar design elements and you're just making slight changes. So how did it go for people with your name it and change it exercise? Because you were changing one element, right? Each exercise, there are 4 exercises, and get 10 iterations for line, shape, pattern, and value. What was your experience like?
I got stumped on sculpt,
You what?
got stumped on sculpt.
Okay. So what I would do if I was going to sculpt something, I would probably add value to it that would make it go dark or light. And the dark would make it look like it was an indentation. And the light would make it look more like a highlight that was coming out towards you. So let me give a demo on that. Let me just change this for a second. So I'm going to sculpt this. So what I'm using here is a lead pencil that's like a 4B or a 6B, and it's easier to get different ranges in value when you use a pencil like that. So can you see how it's creating the illusion that this is low here? And, you know, I could even go like this, you know, like to dome it.
Right.
And by blending this a little bit more, it looks more sculpted than chunky. Like that. So if I was going to sculpt something, that's how I would make that change. Now let's sculpt it a little bit more. So now it's going like this. Like that.
Right.
Now here's the challenge. What if you decided you were going to make this into this? Could you imagine how to sculpt this so it actually looked like that?
You have to do some bending of the wire.
No, this is a side view right here.
Right.
This is a side view. So all I'm doing is taking, this could be metal, this could be enamel, this could be plastic, it could be dirt, it could be wood that was going low on the edge, getting a little higher, dropping back down, getting a little higher, then coming up to a point and mirroring that. So these are the types of things that you can use to challenge yourself to go beyond what you already know how to do. And in doing this, you're starting to build a language of sculpted images. Because now that I've done this, that now is I'm familiar with this as part of my design language. So if I wanted to make a bracelet and I was working with metal clay, I might be able to, I can create an element in a bracelet that has got highs and lows like that. And I can translate that into my metal clay material. Or if I was using wood, I could take a Dremel tool and carve out parts of it. But that's what I would be looking for to do that. So what we're doing when we're building design, when we're using design elements, we are building language. And this is visual language for a visual artist. It's not, the words of a writer or the notes of a musician or the lyrics of a musician. So as I move from familiar to comfortable, it becomes more, I become more fluent with this language right here. So if I found that I like depth and I like the way, here's two ways of depth. One would be to have the highs and lows like that, that's sculpted, or another way to create depth would be to take something like this, and I've got a back plate and then another plate on top of that, and then another plate on top of that, and then maybe a little diamond in the top there. So looking at it from the side, instead of this, it looks like this. So there are two different ways, depending on the angles here. This wouldn't be so easy to do by having sweat soldered shapes on top of one another. But once I can make a thumbnail like this, then I can change it. So now I could take this and make one, let's rotate it. Or what if I wanted to shrink it down instead of lengthening it? So I could go like this. Or what if I wanted to multiply and now I've got something like that. So now that I'm getting comfortable imagining these changes with my thumbnails, guess what it allows me to do when I'm working with my tools and materials? I can do the name it and change it directly with the material and directly with the tools. Right? I could come in with a diamond burr on my metal and start carving out these elements because I can imagine them. Or I start with something like this because I had a thumbnail sketch that I liked. And as I'm working with it, I start to brainstorm, but what if I made little depressions here So I'm sculpting little circles because I want to add more interest to it. And because I've already done this with my thumbnails that are non-precious and really quick to do, not necessarily that moment or that day, it could have been a year ago. Because it's all in my mind now, it's all in my memory banks and my collections of thumbnails in my mind's eye. Now I can just look at the material and make the change directly in the material. But it's much more risky to do it directly in the material because I might ruin it. I might not like what I did, but I can do this with the thumbnails because it's non-precious and really fast, that I can create that memory bank of possibilities without risking, maybe I worked on this piece for an hour. I don't want to necessarily go, oh, let's learn now instead of perform. I'd rather be successful. So I could use the thumbnails to work that idea out. Or I may have worked it out already a year ago, and now I just imagine, oh, let's just use my tool to make some depressions there. Does this make sense? But they have to become habits where it becomes muscle memory. I remember years ago when I was coaching soccer, and there was a Dutch soccer coach, and he created a whole series of different little movements, little things you could do with the ball, like touch the ball with your right foot and then push it with your left foot, or push it to your right, push it to your left, roll it over, all these different things. And it would be, the idea was that you practice these over and over and over and over and over like a dance move. And what happens is, ideally, they become internalized, and you become fluent with that dance move. And for me, it was the soccer movement that became a dance move. And one day I was playing indoor soccer. I was in my 30s doing this. And all of a sudden, my feet did it without me thinking about it. And I blew past the defender doing something I'd only practiced. I'd never tried to do it in any kind of game. And I was like, oh my God, that was so cool. I was just creative and totally into the moment, and my body knew what to do. So don't you want your surgeon to be able to do that? And it's what anyone who's using skill, that's their goal. But you have to go through that, become familiar, become comfortable, to make it the muscle memory where you're confident. And that allows you that freedom to use it. So I can become fluent with this. And if I'm already fluent with my tools, then I can easily translate that image into materials creatively, because I don't have to think about it, because I already know how to use the tool, and I already have those images somewhere in my brain that I can draw upon. That's the long-term goal. And the problem is, or the challenge for you guys will be, to make this, or however you decide to use anything you learned today, how to turn it into a practice so that you do this consistently to make it muscle memory. Because it's difficult to use if it's not muscle memory. Like that soccer trick wouldn't have come out if I hadn't practiced it enough. And it's like with the brainstorming. You wouldn't change your questions unless you practice changing your questions. And when you looked at something, you might continue asking yourself, do I like it, and how did they make it? Instead of asking all the other questions that you may have practiced asking. So that's the takeaway from learning a new skill and thinking about what are the skills that I'm challenging you to learn that are going to help you become more creative. It's really collecting things. You know, what are all the different ways you can collect things? You can go out for a walk on the beach and find some shells and driftwood and put them on a shelf in your room. And you've got your collection, and you walk by your shelf and you see those and they remind you, and you look at them, and over time you see the lines and the shapes and the patterns and the value and the color. And you practice cropping, which is just choosing, making a choice. Just taking a magazine and ripping out pages and making a pile of things you like, things you don't like, you're practicing. You're practicing choosing. If with my daughter, if I ask her what she wants to eat in a restaurant and she goes, I don't know, if I always make that choice for her, she never learns to choose. She's got to practice becoming comfortable with making choices. And changing, combining, and connecting. And we're going to go over combining next, and a little bit about connecting. Okay, but you've got to practice if you want this. I'm not saying you need it, but if you want it, it's like, how committed are you to making a change? And it's not going to happen unless you make a commitment. And you could do this in 5 minutes a day. You could do it while you're watching television. In fact, you could watch the television with your journal and collect images, because every second the image is changing on the television, right? And then you crop it, you make a choice, and you make a thumbnail of something you saw on television. Maybe it's a talking head. Maybe if it's a graphic design of the way that, let me grab a piece of paper here. Maybe it's there's your television screen, and maybe there's your talking head, and maybe there's some news popping in right there. And now you can change it. Let's move it to this corner. Let's make the talking head really big. And put this on the side. So really, you could be doing this for 5 minutes while you're watching television or a movie or whatever it is. So, or while you're talking to someone on the telephone. Look out your window, choose something, you're cropping it, and do a name it and change it for 5 minutes. Or it could be 1 minute. But this starts to become your new habit. Okay? And it's just deciding that this is important. Just like any of the other things in your life, committing to it if you want something. Okay. Any other observations, discussion, comment about what I asked you to do with the name it and change it with the one element? Did people do it?
It'd be so cool if we could see what people did.
You know what? One thing that we could do, and I didn't set this up for this one-day class, this would be an interesting thing to do, would be to have a online group. And I hate using Facebook groups because it's really easy to get distracted, and I get angry when Facebook knows what I'm doing in my life, like what I'm looking at online. So but I could set up an off Facebook group for us where you could post all these different exercises. Okay, so yeah, we really need cameras, like dedicated cameras to be able to see these and do this now. But I can set up a group for us if you guys, is that something you would want?
Why don't you
Um,
just set up a Google Drive that we could all share to?
You know what? I don't know how to do that. Does someone else know how to do that?
I do. I can set it up for you.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
why don't you stay in touch with me? You've got my email address.
Yeah.
And I know, my daughter, if you set it up, my daughter, she uses Google Drive with school all the time. So I'm sure she'll walk me through anything I can't figure out myself. So if you want to do that, that'd be great.
I'd be happy to.
That would help motivate people too, also to see what other people are doing. So excellent. Okay, any other comments or questions or anything? Okay, so we're going to move from change to combine. And we're going to start with a little exercise, not exercise. We're going to go to we're going to look at some jewelry again. Let's see. Does it say variety there?
Yes.
Okay. So let me get to the beginning. Okay, so design principles are basically ways of combining design elements to create more interest or excitement or focus. So it's not a rule where you have to do it, but it's something that has been done before and works with the design elements. So I'm going to go through some of these, and then we're going to look at the jewelry again and see how some of these artists have used their elements and combined elements using principles to make their work more interesting and exciting. So just for those of you that don't have an art background and don't know about design principles, these are things that should become part of your muscle memory so that you can remember them. So when you're doing something, you can go, oh, why don't I just repeat this? Or why don't I make this one element more dominant? Or why don't I create focus or create contrast? So I've just made little thumbnail sketches that demonstrate the different principles. So hopefully these are pretty self-explanatory. So now I'm going to show some of these jewelry images again. And I want you to think about how the artists are using design elements. What design elements are they creating? And how are they combining different elements? So this one's a combination of lots of patterns. They're using lines and shapes to create the patterns, and then they're combining patterns. And here are some of the design principles they've used.
It also has dominance, don't you think?
Excuse me?
It also has dominance. To me, the main piece.
The main center. Yeah, and I just pick these out. It doesn't mean they're the only ones or the right ones. So there's contrast there, and that's creating the focus. because your eye usually goes to areas of contrast. But look at the repetition of the circular form. And it's very symmetrical, except for, a little bit of the border on the left side and the right side are slightly different. So a lot of design principles is about where's your eye going and why.
Well, that one's a hard one to determine with those three different elements as to where the artist wants your eye to be focused on.
Mm-hmm. It could be that is what their intent is. Right, so there's not necessarily a right or a wrong way to do any of this. So you do not have to create focus.
To me, it's like your eye goes to the stone in the center first. And then then you start bouncing off of the other elements.
And
Like,
mine
oh,
does
it's
too.
pretty.
Do you know why that happens for you?
No,
Does anybody have the same experience of their eye going to the center stone and know why it's going there?
color?
Well, to me, the contrast is it's the only element of color
Yeah.
in the piece. And it's larger than the little small diamonds. And it's also got its own self-enclosed little square around it.
Right.
So the contrast of the stone, what's around it? It's a solid black around it, as opposed to a pattern touching it.
That's
So that was
pretty-
a conscious choice that artist made, was instead of just sticking the stone in the center, they separated that with one square that had no pattern or texture.
Mhm.
Hmm.
That's what jumps out to me first. Well, second, actually, because the stone color is first, but then the center is so refined where the rest is so organic.
Mhm.
Mm.
So we're practicing seeing things now and naming them. Because now that we've looked at that center square, and named some of the characteristics, we could change it. So the same thing with that element of the stone. But even the color of the stone works so well with the color of the metal that everything kind of blends more harmoniously than, say, that. So combining lines and shapes and, a little bit of color. And then, of course, we've got the one stone is so different color-wise than the other stones that it becomes a focal point.
To me, what I'm finding interesting is that it really makes me slow down and really start really seeing what I would have not seen before.
Excellent.
And to
So
see,
let me just pause for a second. So that's a really great observation, because that could be one of the habits that I want to nurture. I may put little signs around the house that say, slow down when I'm looking at something. Because that in itself will probably help me see design elements better. So slowing down might be a new skill for me to practice. Not just slowing down physically, but slowing down with what how I'm experiencing something.
Now, I think just thinking along those lines, I think we're so bombarded with social media and seeing everything and taking things in so quickly that, you know, it's like looking at Pinterest would be my example. It's like I can go down the rabbit hole on Pinterest and start looking at all these different great pieces of art. And then I get to my studio and I'm like, I have no idea what to even make. I've just looked at 1,000 different cool things, you know, it just.
And so to me, one of the solutions to that might be change your questions. So become aware, what are the questions you're asking when you are looking at Pinterest? For me, it's what can I find that I like? Or can I find more of the one thing I like, more by that artist? And can I make a collection of all these things that I like? And so those become my main questions. But if I don't change those questions, then I can't really do anything other than create a cool collection. So the goal, because I'm not aware of my questions, I'm not aware that I could change my goal. And the goal really is to be able to use what I'm seeing, not to create a collection. And that's what, you know, many students do. They're collecting workshops with techniques, which, you know, there are a lot of great teachers and a lot of interesting techniques, but if your main goal is to get more, you're not going to be able to use them, and to collect tools and to collect materials. And honestly, to me, it's really safe being a collector because I have no expectation that I should be any good at it. You know, if I take a class, I don't expect to be good at it. And if I buy a new tool, I don't expect to be good using it in the beginning. And if I buy new materials, well, I don't know if that would be part of it. So it's a very safe thing to collect because the expectations aren't very high on me personally. But once I change my questions to what I'm going to do with them, how I can crop them, how I can change them, how I can combine them, how I can connect with them, that's a little scarier if the end result that I want is to make something I like that is unique. Because I'm going to fail a lot to do that. I'm not going to fail to collect things. I got 50 things instead of 75. You know, that's still a success. But you're going to fail a lot when you change your questions. And you've got to be willing to fail. I love Erin's work because it's so just, here are the design elements. I'm not pretending. It's like right in your face. Many years ago, I taught a Photoshop class for jewelry artists when I was at a place called Creative Side in Austin, Texas. And what we did was I took his work and we broke it down into different shapes that he used. And we learned how to make those shapes from scratch in Photoshop. And then learned how to change them in Photoshop and learned how to combine them in Photoshop. So we could virtually make this work. It was really cool.
Do you still use Photoshop in your preliminary designs?
Not so much anymore. Yeah, I used it in the beginning when I first learned it, my brother taught it in college, and so he gave me a week lesson for Christmas one year, and I used it a lot when I was learning it. It was like I'd have, instead of doing my journal in the morning for an hour, I took my coffee to the computer and I opened up an image or a couple images, and I did what if questions, just like what if I change this? What if questions with all the different tools. And so I learned to create layers and adjust layers and transform layers and select areas and copy areas and paste areas together. But what I found was I was really practicing asking what if questions.
All right.
So it's like a very, very fast virtual collage exercise that I was doing. So I think I use thumbnails now more than anything. Not so much the computer. I think I use the computer so much with my website and marketing that I'm really sick of using the computer. And it's not good for my back and my eyes. But I'd actually rather be designing on the computer than doing all that other stuff I don't like.
Can you tell us who the artist is on this one?
Yeah, Judith Kaufman.
Wow.
So this is an example of patterns, correct?
Exactly. Yep. And, well, it's shapes and patterns. And
Cool.
lines. And do you see the lines in the squares?
Mhm.
So it's combining lines to create a
Yeah.
pattern and a shape. So she's got a shape with patterns of lines, and then she's got blank shapes. And are there blank? Yes. So she's got some blank shapes that are just flat, and they're actually more rounded, aren't they? So they're squares with patterns, flat, ovalish shapes, and then gemstone. They all have 6 sides. They all have 6 sides. And then round diamonds. So she could take that idea of combining 4 different shapes and do a whole series on, what could she change there? Any suggestions to add to create a series? Remember the changes that we can make. She could maybe make those diamonds bigger, or change the stone.
Or
Actually,
have
there's
one focal point, one large focal point.
you could create one. She could take away almost all the blue 6-sided pieces and just have one in the center, or one anywhere, and use that as a focal point. Or if she was like me as an enamelist, she could put transparent enamel over those gold stripes in the squares and have transparent blue enamel over each one of those. So she could change the color of the metal. She could change it from a circle to a square or an oval. She could have larger negative space between the different elements. She could have fewer elements. All these different things that she could change. And we're going to do one more before we go on to more exercises. So, let's see. Are we looking at artistic combinations?
Mhm.
Yes.
Great. So now I just want to inspire you a little bit about combinations. Here we go. So we're going to start with this when we do our exercise. There may be other combinations or styles and combinations, but these are the ones that I use and the ones that I see almost all the time. So if we just think of two elements, you could put two elements together with a space between them or separating them. We could have the edges of two different elements touch, and we can have elements overlap. And sometimes in one piece, we might have all three of those styles happening. So early collage work, this is probably back in the 50s, a man named Joseph Cornell started taking found objects and created shadow boxes. So here we can see, you see the edges touching in the background paper. You see the space between the objects that are sitting on the floor. They're not touching, are they? The round shape and the, is that like a little book or something? And you see how the branch is overlapping the bird? So, and the bird is overlapping the, I don't know, maybe the ticket in the middle. So we've got all three different styles of combinations happening here. And what we want to do is practice all three of these so they become, so you become comfortable with them, so they become a habit and becomes part of your fluency in your visual language. So lots of different elements with a lot of space between them all. This is still Joseph Cornell. So I think most of the work in this presentation is more about storytelling, using combinations to tell stories. Because we have not only different design elements, but different objects too. And quite often, there's something a bit like if that mountain range was 4 times bigger and the doll was half the size, the story would be different, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't just be a design change, it would be a story change too. Or if there was one string instead of all those strings, that may lead to a different interpretation of the story. I'm sure many of you are probably familiar with Rene Magritte. There's an overlap right there with the fruit on top of his face. But we could also, what if that fruit was transparent and you could see the features of the face? That would be a different story. And so we can look at these and look at the different ways they're combined, but you may even be thinking, how could I take something like this and make it into jewelry? Because something like this is really easy for you to make using collage. So collage may be a tool to use to get you out of your metal and stone, habit of, putting a stone on a square or a stone next to a triangle. This, collages may be a way to help you get out of your comfort zone. So this is a contemporary artist named Betsy Youngquist. We met her at a craft show in Baltimore many years ago. She does a lot of her work using dolls from dolls' faces from a doll factory in Germany. And I think using some taxidermy animals as well. So look at the difference in scale between the body and the arms and the legs. So there's a repetition of size with the arms and the legs. So here's just some faces done differently. This is a little bit more, this is a sculpture. And to me, when I'm looking at the sculpture, it makes it much easier to imagine in more jewelry materials. I cannot tell the scale of this. I don't know if this is, if the background is a wall in a room or whether it's a smaller piece. But it's a real interesting combination of value patterns and then that figure, which is all sculpted, and then the color and the line. So part of my intention here is just to show you, if your topic was faces and you started to brainstorm, these are some of the ideas that you may have come up with if you were visually brainstorming with your images. And you can see they're all so different and there's not a right way. And I think it's easy to forget that we can just make what we love. And that's enough. And you can make, if your goal is to sell something, then you may make different types of decisions because what you do depends on different things, not just what you love. It also depends on your audience. So these next images are turning something into something else. So they're combined, but in a transformative way, like that emerging that someone asked me about earlier. Here we've got the butterflies, they're all spaced. They're not touching each other. And there we can see overlapping. And look at the
Could you go
difference in-
back to the butterfly? Could you go back to the butterfly?
Yeah.
Oh, that's something else.
Is that enough, or you want to?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Now remember, this is all going to be on the recording too.
Okay.
Look at the difference in scale. So those are conscious decisions, changing the size and the proportion. So your stories, your pieces, your art can be silly. It can be very emotional. And there's not a right way to do any of it. And what's nice, with the brainstorming is you could start off with something emotional, end up with something silly, and not even know you're going there. And now we're going to just look at some artists, jewelry artists that have used this kind of transformation collage approach. And some elements are touching, some have space between them, and some are overlapping. And we can see, all these different elements. We can see lines, see shapes, see pattern, value, light and darks, and color. So these are photographs under glass. I do not know. The website is in a language I can't understand. I don't know how they're making these. I interpret them as enamel, but I don't think they are. I think it's some kind of,
Like a
paper.
lithograph.
Yeah. But look at the harmony, the way, using those principles, there's a repetition of shapes. But the shape, some of the shapes, they're all, a little bit different. So Janet, these are pretty interesting combinations of
Oh,
great depth. There's some more depth.
are you familiar with Teresa Kaufman?
No.
She does really cool enamel work. And I'll send you a link to her stuff.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
obsessed. I'm obsessed with her work.
Okay. And then my friend Carolyn.
Mm.
Okay, so any comments about anything that we just saw before we move on? Okay, let's learn about combining then. So let me grab some paper here. So 3 different ways to combine. So space between them. Elements touching. Elements overlapped. Really pretty simple to remember. Okay, so the next exercise is going to be, we can combine 2 lines, 2 shapes, 2 patterns. Okay,
Did you
so,
want to show what you're drawing?
oh, I didn't change the camera. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go back. So we've got 2 shapes that have a space between them, 2 shapes that are touching, 2 shapes that are overlapped. Let's do lines. 2 lines that have a space between them. 2 lines that are touching. 2 lines that are overlapped. It's that simple. So we could practice 10 of these, 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 10 of these. And we could do 2 patterns. Space between them, touching. That's or overlapped. Again, I want you to see how quickly I'm doing this because it's muscle memory. I'm not having to think about it very much because I'm fluent with my design elements, I'm fluent with the changes, and I'm fluent with combining them from years and years and years of practice making visual images. So what we, as part of our exercise, coming up with 10 iterations for each of these would be part of your practice. So let's pick one now and do it. So we're going to pick one element and do 10 of them. It could either be with the space. Now let's do all three. Pick one element and do 10 with a space, 10 that are touching, and 10 that are overlapped. So let's take a few minutes for this. Now, what I didn't show you on this, what I left out was I didn't do the description of what I saw, did I? Partly because my muscle memory allows me to bypass that. But let's look at this. I've got two circles, and what do I see? What can I describe? I can describe where on the whole shape they are. So their position relative to the shape and their position relative to each other. So I can move them closer together. I can move them further apart, obviously. Now I could also make changes like with size. I could make one bigger and one smaller. I could stretch one of them. So I see the circle and I stretch out the ends. So
Put,
yes, go
do
ahead.
you feel like washing her today? Do you feel like washing her today or not?
Okay, you should mute yourself if you're talking there. Not if you're not talking to me, you should mute yourself. Otherwise, it's TMI. So when we look at Judith Kaufman's pieces, she's doing this. We're just doing it really simply in a non-precious way. And when she's assembling all those little elements of the lines and the diamonds and the six-sided stones, she's moving them, trying different size stones, and asking herself these questions about what can I change? Now she's also asking what she likes. We're not dealing with that. we can eliminate worrying about liking it or being good until we become more fluent with what's possible. And then we can start thinking about what we like or how to change it so we like it more. Those different questions. So if you've finished and you want to move on to another one, go for it. Remember, here are the 9 different ways you could do it. Space, touching, overlap, shapes, lines, and pattern. And here's a suggestion. If you find yourself either stuck or thinking too much, make something really bad. Just do something. It doesn't matter what it is, because it will be the jump start to the next one. The next one might be bad too, but sooner or later, you'll move past that judgment part. Okay, let's go ahead and stop wherever you're at. And how did that go? Any observations? Are you feeling a little more comfortable noticing things, describing what you're seeing, remembering some changes that you can make? Anybody noticing a difference?
It was real fuzzy for me in the very beginning, because even though I went over the papers, but it's really quite flowing because I'm thinking about it and trying to be out of the box and being, I'm lightheaded, just kind of being free. I'm feeling freer.
Good. Are you remembering some of the changes that are possible?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Anybody else? Okay, so this time what we're going to do is we're going to we're going to combine different elements. So I'm going to do this time I'm going to do a square. And I'm going to do a shape and a line. So I'm going to put shape, I've been using that same shape. Let's put a shape, a polygon, and a line. And I'm going to change that. So I see that they're not touching. I'm going to touch them. That's an easy change. Now I see the line, the area where the line is touching the shape. It's on one side of it. So I'm going to change the part of the polygon that the line's touching. So now it's touching a point. Now I'm going to, instead of it touching the point, I'm going to have it, I'm just going to shift it over slightly so that it starts to intersect. So from here, I'm going to go like that. Now I'm going to change the line from straight to curved. Now I'm going to rotate both of them. Now I'm going to move them closer and change this space right here. Now I'm going to balance one on top of the other. So you see how it's starting to evolve into something that's perhaps becoming more interesting, even though my goal isn't to make it more interesting, it's happening organically. Because I'm asking different types of questions. So the next exercise is combine 2 different types of elements in 10 ways. You can change one element, you can change 2 elements, you can change the way they combine. Okay, so let's move on. So the next exercise is we're going to use the change of multiply. So this time we're going to take, I'm going to do, you can use any 2 elements you want. I'm going to use pattern and shape. So I'm going to draw a shape and a pattern. And now I'm going to multiply the shape. So I'm going to have two shapes and a pattern. Now I'm going to see two shapes that are the same angle, and I'm going to rotate one of them. Now I'm going to change. I'm going to add, let's see, I'm going to multiply the first one by 3. So I'm going to have 3 triangles. And I'm going to make this pattern smaller. Now I'm going to take the 3 triangles and I'm going to move them so they're touching edges with the pattern. And I'm going to add one more. So I'm starting to create a more intricate image now. Now I'm going to expand the pattern and I'm going to overlap the triangles. So I'm expanding the pattern. And I am I'm going to make these solid and not transparent. So again, my design is starting to become more intricate now. And I'm going to change. I see the same pattern on the outside and the inside. I'm going to change the pattern I've created on the inside. So I'm going to make a dot pattern here and do my triangles. And I'm going to shrink the outside pattern. Can you imagine that as one of the jewelry pieces that we were looking at earlier? If I, was using different techniques or different materials, that easily could have been something that one of those other artists made. Just starting with this and letting it evolve. But it's very unlikely, if you could watch this for 1 second, it's very unlikely that I could have looked at this and immediately jumped to that. Unless I had already made something like this before. So this is now my creative process to get to here. This may be good enough for me, for what I want. But I wouldn't have been able to imagine this without going through these, all of which could have been ugly, or ones I didn't like, or ones I could have been confused with. But now this is what I work towards by going through the different iterations. And that's what John Lennon and Paul McCartney did when they put together their song A Day in the Life, where they both wrote songs which are both okay, but they weren't strong enough on their own. And by putting them together, it was better as a song. But then so here was a song and here was a song. One was John's and one was Paul's. I don't know if you know anything about the Beatles. So what they did was they started off by, let's throw some of Paul's song in there. So they got John's song, Paul's song, and John's song, but that wasn't good enough. So what they did was they went like this. John's song, Paul's song, John's song, and they created a bridge that connected these, like different sounds. And that became their song from that. So they went from here to here to here to create their song. And that's what we're doing, going from here to here. It's the same thing, just using different materials and tools.
It's a great visual for teamwork.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
Now, here's something that you might include with teamwork. Sometimes it's important to take your song and change it if you're going to put it with somebody else's. Because it may be too much the way you had it. So maybe this thing goes to this, this, this. Or maybe this just becomes really small. So being able to be flexible with your song or your shape or whatever it is, your idea, is important when you're collaborating. It just made me think of Eric Clapton's Layla song and how he did it two different ways, one electric and one acoustical, and they're so different, and they're both incredible. But they have very different feelings to them. The first one makes me want to move, and the second one makes me want to cry. So, you know, making that change totally gives a different feeling to it. So as a reminder where we're combining a shape, well, two different elements. So it can be a shape and a line, shape and a pattern, line and a pattern, line and a shape, whatever you want. And this would be the type of exercise that you could, again, take 5 minutes every day and do a different one. Okay, so here's the next thing we could do. Remember when we were brainstorming and we started with a topic and or a question and we made a list of 10 and then we picked one and we did 10 more? That brainstorming exercise early? We can do the same thing with our visual images. So I'm going to take this image here and I'm going to start doing iterations times 10 of this one image of what can I change. So the top three, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the patterns. And I'm going to change this shape right here. So actually, let's do this. We're going to change the pattern inside there. And I'm going to change this shape. Let's do that. There's the original. And there's my first iteration. So now I'm going to change this shape. So from round, I'm going to make another triangle. And here I'm going to do the circles, but I'm going to create a pattern with it. And now I'm going to change this shape. I'm going to combine this with the circle and do something that looks like this. See, it's got the point and it's got the circle. And I'm going to take this idea of concentric and change it from a circle to a square. So this is similar to choosing one and doing iterations off of that. So can you pick one that you made? Doesn't have to be good. I just happen to like this one, but it can be anything you've done and just do iterations off of one of those. Okay, and let's stop for a minute. And now we're going to add an element. So top of the list, add something to it. So I'm going to take these down here, which were the same as these when I started, and I'm going to add a shape. I'm making it real simple, and I'm going to add a circle. And now I'm going to change the size of the circle. And I think I'm going to multiply it and shrink in it also. So watch now. Now I'm going to overlap these. And now I'm going to add a line instead of a shape. You know what? I started to do something. I thought, oh, I'm not going to like that. And I caught myself. And I told myself, do it anyway. So I'm just going to take a squiggle and add it to the points there. Now, when I look at this, I can imagine these as jewelry elements and it all makes sense and it's pretty and I like it. But I started to feel uncomfortable when I put these squiggle lines on the edges. But I was able to pay attention to my feelings and get past the fear that I'm not going to like it. Because I don't need to like this. It just needs to be the next step. So if I start to reframe everything I'm doing as it's just the next step, then you don't need to be attached to liking it. So sometimes when I'm creating and designing, I ask myself, when I'm thinking about doing it, I say to myself, do it because I can, not because I might like it or because it'll be good, but just do it because I can. And that gives me permission to do it anyway, whether it's good or bad, because it's just a step. So the next task is add one more element. Okay, let's pause where we're at with that exercise and move on to a little more complicated. So the next one, we're going to start to add a figurative element. And this is what I find is a really easy figure of element to make. It's a heart. So it has some emotion usually associated with that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to combine my heart shape. If you want to choose a different shape, like, maybe an eye, whatever you want. A heart's pretty easy. So I'm going to combine a heart, my shape with a line, but it's a heart. So I'm going to change the size, and I'm going to add a line. And I'm going to change both of them. I'm going to make the heart longer and stretched. And I'm going to put the line inside the heart. And I noticed a little bit of a curve here when I made that heart. So this time I'm going to exaggerate the curve. Remember, it doesn't need to be good. It just needs to be different. And I'm going to bend the line around to become a spiral. And now I'm going to bring the heart back to one long symmetrical heart. And I'm going to multiply the spiral and have it touch the heart. So your turn, shape with a heart or some kind of recognizable icon that's easy to make, and a line. You guys having any luck with that?
How's everybody liking this class? Because I'm like totally obsessed. A fantastic class.
Thank you.
I think it's a great class.
Okay, time to move on. Next exercise. So the heart made it a little more personal. Did anybody have that feeling when you were working with heart imagery? No?
Yeah,
Okay.
my
Th-
oval didn't get it for me. I wasn't very emotional to my oval.
Okay. So to me, once I started changing to a heart, I started to feel like there was a story being told that I connected to. So it was a very easy way to make a connection to the image story by having something simple that was recognizable. So we're going to continue with connection right now. So I'm going to start with 3 shapes. I'm going to put 3 circles in here. And I'm going to make a change. So I'm going to make one of them big and 2 of them small and spread out. So I'm looking at the space between them and I'm going to make a change. I'm going to make this one bigger and put these here. Now I'm going to change the size of this one and put another one the same size. And I'm going to put a little one over here. Now what I'm going to do is brainstorm a title for each one of these. And anybody want to venture a title for this one? Again, we're just brainstorming. It doesn't have to be the right answer.
My 3 sons.
Oh, Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill. So that could be an exercise, is brainstorm 10 titles for this one. Let's do this one. What's the title?
Universe.
Okay, anybody else?
2 against 1.
Anybody else?
I'm obviously in the family theme right now, mother and 2 daughters.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. So now if we wanted to, we could actually take one of these titles and brainstorm it 10 times and get 10 ideas based on the idea of mother and 2 daughters. But let's move to this one. Let's brainstorm a title for this. I'm going to start with Big Bully.
Works.
What?
That works.
Anybody else? Other titles?
Master of the Universe.
Anybody
Feeling
else?
small.
What?
Feeling small.
Feeling small. So you see how each of these, they could become the title for a series of work. I mean, you could have a Masters of the Universe body of work. You could have the Big Bully series, and you could have the Feeling Small series. You know, and you could do 10 times Feeling Small and come up with a series of 10 pieces. What about this one? Anybody?
Looking down. Looking down far away,
Far away or far away?
far away.
Far away, okay.
Sense.
What else?
Outlier.
Let them eat cake.
Let me cake.
I see you.
That was,
I would
that was kind of along the same lines, because I've seen glasses looking down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say left out.
Mm.
So you see what I'm connecting with are feelings. Those
Uh-huh.
are, but there's not a right way to do it. That's just the way I'm looking at, the way I'm starting my brainstorm. But if you see glasses, then that's your starting point. There's not a right or a wrong.
Well, I like what you said, is if you're trying to do this exercise to emute emotion, which really as artists, that's what we should be doing. Is that what we should be doing, is try to find emotion in
There's
these?
not a should, there's not
There's
a
not a
should.
should, yeah.
All right.
It's a possibility. It's just a possibility, and these are just exercises. Because any one of these could lead you somewhere else. And it could lead you to a really weird place. But then that weird place might lead you to something really wonderful that you've never imagined before. And to me, that's the goal of this visual brainstorming, is to get to a place that you have never been before, and on your own, without the process, you wouldn't have made the jump. That's the beauty of this. That you don't need to start with a good looking A and go to a good looking B and go to a better C and go to an even better D. You can start with a crappy A and then go to maybe a little different B and then a really different C. And then maybe divide the different C in half and get 2 Ds. And then one of the Ds leads you to a wonderful E. And to feel comfortable with that process and not worry that you're not good enough, or what you just did is not good enough, or you can't do this, or you don't know how to do this technique. Because it could be that you start with a crappy A and you need a year's worth of technical training to get good enough so that your Z looks wonderful. But if you went from A to Z in your thumbnails, you might know how to make A, but your skills aren't good enough for Z. But now that you see what a Z looks like and could be, now you're motivated to say, the hell with all these other techniques. I want to get so good at my technique that I can do this Z using this technique. Because now I've got a burning question about how I can make my Z. Does this make sense?
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
going
yeah.
to get you somewhere that is not just going to happen on its own. And you're going to do that by changing and combining and connecting. So the next step here could be going to take this image, and these are just, I don't know where these came from, but I'm going to look at 2 elements. You remember I keep saying, what do I see? What can I describe? So I'm going to look at her face, and I'm looking at her chin So there are two sides to her face, and there's kind of like a square chin. So that's the beginning of my thumbnail, and I can see her ears. Okay, and here's a little neck. And the neck's coming almost from where her jawline, cheeks come out. This one, so there's my thumbnail for a face to begin with. And if you guys ever see Laurel Birch jewelry, Laura Birch is a woman, the jewelry is like a lot of cat faces and cats. And you'll see like there may be the same cat face, but the noses are different and the ears are different and their stripes and their polka dots and they're different colors. And it's just complete iterations of different thumbnails made in stamped metal with some enamel painted on them. So this is like her kitty cat. So if I did a face and I put some eyes here and a mouth, now I've got a canvas for a pattern. So I could do one pattern on one side, one pattern on the other side. That's a design idea. Now, this is so easy to make. And again, it doesn't need to look good. Now I could change it up. There's another iteration. Let's look at this face here. And just taking the two elements of this line and her ears. See how pointed this is compared to this? So that's giving me an idea of having a face with a pointed chin. Doesn't have to look exactly like her. She's just got a pointed chin. And I don't even see her ears here, do I? So there's some hair. She's a little thinner than she is. So her neck's gonna start there. And now I'm gonna do her face. And let's keep playing with pattern. So I changed this to the squiggle pattern. And now I've got a different iteration. Let's look at turning her into a thumbnail. How is she different? Just looking at the ears and her chin. So see how round this is compared to the point and the flat? So, and then her ears have hair on the outside. So it's kind of like a combination of this one and this one. So I'm going to do a round face. Here's her neck. And there her ears. And there's her hair. And let's look at just the proportion of her features. These are really small relative to the size of her face. These are pretty big relative to the size of her face. So I'm going to make some tiny little features here. And let's do some kind of patterning again. So I'm going to do, let's take the circles and change them into tears and hearts. So I'm going to do a pattern of tears and hearts. So now I'm starting to add a little connection, emotion, and story into my thumbnails and into my iterations. Remember how with the heart or with, let's see. I got so many pieces of paper floating around here. Oh, here we go. So remember with this one, I added an element here. Let's see, there we go. Oh, I added this element. So what if we decided we're going to add an element to her now? So let's just remember that squiggly line I made before that I didn't like. So we're going to do a squiggly line here. Or let's add some circles here. I mean, I don't know what they are. It doesn't really matter. I'm just brainstorming. I'm just combining. What if I divide this? And that's a shape. And that's a shape. So I made another change. Do you remember looking at Linda Kindler Priest pieces? They were repoussé, and they look like this. There was a repoussé piece on the top, and then separately, there was some little squiggles and then some metal work down here. She had like the gold animals.
Yeah.
Could be a similar type of thing where this is chased or repoussé, and this is enamel or collage or something else. Same concept there. So we've started to take images and simplify them because we're not trying to make good art. What are we trying to do?
Tell a story.
Maybe tell a story. I would say generate more possible images. That's my main goal. So, because this might not tell a story yet. It may be the beginning of a story, like the seed of a story. Or it could be that I go back to cropping and I make a little viewfinder. And I find little parts that I like. And that becomes the seed of a new something. Let's rotate it. That could be an element of a piece. All right. We actually saw some of that in some of the the face jewelry. Or we could do something like this. We could take this crop it, and overlap it.
Wow.
Cool.
Different stories, aren't they?
Mhm.
Or we could go like this and a different story now. And here's the important thing. I don't need to like this. It doesn't need to be good. It's just the next step. It could be the next step before I start to translate it into my materials, or it could just be the next step until I go like this. Oh, hold on. Until I go. Until I go like that. And now that's the next step. Or maybe now I'm going to take this and go like this. And now I'm going to take something like this, which are just cut up photos, cropped photos of some of my old jewelry, and go like this. And that's just the next step. And maybe what I'll do is, oops, I don't want to do that. I'll go like this and do a little thumbnail. Just now, it's easier with Photoshop, but I can do this with, simple thumbnails. There's my gorilla. Here are my eyes. And let's add some circular elements onto here. Because circular elements are so easy to make, and they're so easy to translate into other materials, especially for jewelry. They could be pearls, or maybe they're going to look like something like this, where there's my, see, I'm just going to eliminate this because I know that's there. I don't need it in my thumbnail. And now I'm going to make some lines and make another change. Just going from here to here. Okay, so we start to see how complicated we can keep going by asking different types of questions. So all of this came from continuing to ask myself different questions and not needing the right answers. I just needed the next step, the next iteration. But I want you to remember that this is a skill, or these are a set of skills of collecting and cropping and changing and combining and connecting, that they need to be practiced because you're so darn good at asking yourself, do I like it? And how do I make it? You all have those skills. You don't need to practice those anymore. It's the other questions that require some practice. Because that's what, think about, is a child creative? Yeah, until they go to school. And that curiosity is pushed away because we want you to know the right answers. And that's all you learn, is the right answer and the right way to get to the right answer. Think how many years you have practiced those skills. So we're just learning a different skill set. But as I keep saying, it's practice. And it doesn't happen unless you commit to it. And even 5 minutes a day is going to get you going. And then you're going to find yourself doing it. I remember driving on a little road once, and I pulled off the exit, and at the top there was a stop sign, but the stop sign it was a sign that looked something like this. So let's see, there's my stops. I don't remember what it looked like, but it had something like this, like some text here. And I imagined a bird on top of the stop sign. So now I've got my bird here. And now I've got a little story going on here. And it was just taking a moment driving down the road and not just accepting that this is all there was, because I could imagine a bird on top of there, or I could imagine myself dancing. Okay, so now and now I've got a new story because I overlapped some images that are that I'm fluent with because I've made them so often. So translating these into materials is a different task, because that's then combining technique and design. And it's a whole different animal then. But if you can't do this, then your work ends up just becoming either derivative of either yourself, like, oh, I made that, I've been making the same thing for 10 years, and I'm really bored with it, and I don't know what else to do. Or my work looks like my teacher's, or my work looks like that piece I saw on Pinterest. So being able to develop these skills is what is going to take you to the next step. Okay. So we're kind of out of time, but I want to do any kind of Q&A you might have right now, if that is the case. So let me get my beautiful face online here for a moment. Okay. Any questions, comments, what you can do next, anything like that? Just, feel free to jump in.
Thank you so much, Ricky.
You're welcome.
Nice
So
to see you.
Who did I promise? Okay, I'm interrupting.
I think it was Elizabeth.
Okay, so there was somebody that I promised that you were going to be able to, at the end of the day, look at somebody's piece of jewelry and make changes to make it more you.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Do you have some beginning skills that you can start to practice that's going to help, that you can see how that's going to help you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to challenge you to post a picture of a Pinterest piece of jewelry that you like and show your iteration process. And now here's the big challenge. Make 100 thumbnails. Okay, so I'm going to show you how easy that would be. There are 30 possible changes you can make here. And I've given you 5 design elements. Let's stick with 4 without the color. So you have shapes and lines and patterns and value. So 4 times 32 is 128, maybe something like that. So if you just did one of these changes for each design element, you'd have over 100 thumbnails. That doesn't include combining elements. So we combine 2 of the same elements, we combine 2 different elements, and then you could multiply. Remember how I did the 3 triangles, 4 triangles? So really, you ought to be able to get 1,000 thumbnails very easily. And the beauty of it is they don't need to be any good.
Okay.
What if you did 100 thumbnails and you got one you really liked? Or you got one you really liked and then you did 10 iterations of that one. Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
And then you could start to think about, now, how would I make this? Or no, how could I make this instead of how would I make it? Because how would I make it usually refers to what you already know. But how could you make it? That opens the door to what you don't know how to do yet. But maybe now that you have this new image, it inspires you to either improve your technique about doing something, or learn another technique, or change the material because it fits the image better.
So I just wanted to say something. I created a Google Drive folder for this class.
Okay.
Ricky, I sent you a link to that folder. I'm going
Okay.
to send everyone else a link too, but it's really easy for us to be able to share images with that. So you've got a phone. I know we all have phones, right? You can just download Google Drive on your phone. It's just go to the App Store and pick Google Drive, and that'll come onto your phone. And then take pictures of the drawings that you did today with your phone, and then just, when you mark them all, you'll just share them right to that Google Drive.
How do you
Right.
mark them?
You know, like how you go into the pictures and you can pick multiple pictures to share.
Okay,
Okay,
You select multiple
You
photos,
select them. okay.
select multiple photos, and then when it asks you where you want to share it to Google Drive, and then pick that particular folder that I shared with you. So we
Okay,
can
and
all
that-
share
does
that
that
together.
does that folder have a name? It must
Yeah,
have a name.
yes, it has a name. It's called Ricky Frank Design Class.
Great. Super. Is there
So-
a place to comment or discuss any of this on there? Or is it just for sharing images?
It's just really for sharing images. So
Okay.
I just learned this, you guys. So I mean, literally like 4 days ago. So
Okay.
what I'm having to do for my job is I created a Facebook group for my people I'm coaching. And then, so the easiest way for me to share a lot of content with them, like cool things they can put on their Instagram and their Facebook, and then cheat sheets for how to fill out contracts, stuff like that. I created a Google Drive, and then I shared that Google Drive on my Facebook group. So only people that are in my group can have access to that. And then I pinned it to the top of my Facebook group, so that anytime anyone needs to go and see those files, they can go right into that and see them. It's really cool.
Okay.
And I shared it with someone else in the office who's helping me add more content to that drive. So you can just fill it up, you know, with all kinds of stuff pretty quickly as a collaboration.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, I got tons of source material that I have collected over the years that might be nice additions too.
Yeah, and if you ever want to just get coffee or something, I can sit down and show you how to do it. It's easy.
Okay,
If I can do this, anyone can do it. It really is very simple.
I think I'll be able to figure it out. Okay, so I had two questions that I have for the class. One is, and you don't need to answer now, but if I created a support group that met every 2 weeks, is this something that you would want to subscribe to? Obviously, it depends on cost, but is this something that you would find that you might find valuable? And if you want to email me about suggestions or what you know other people do, or why you would like it, why it wouldn't, whatever you want, that might be helpful. And then I just forgot the second one. So, but that's something I'm interested in doing, because what we did today was just, I just threw the kitchen sink at you, and I probably have another half as many exercises that we didn't have time to do. So it's almost the type of thing where you really need, to do it daily, and to every once in a while get some feedback when you get stuck. So I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility, because even though I've been an enamel teacher for 40 years, this is my burning passion. And what I imagine, last night I was telling my wife, I'm really kind of nervous about this, because I've never done this with a class that's not about enameling, and I'm so comfortable with enameling. I don't know how long things are going to take and whether people are going to respond. And my dream has been to be able to use this class with visual artists of any media, to do it with something like doctors and lawyers, to learn how to, I wonder whether learning how to visually brainstorm would also improve your creative skills of problem solving in a different field that isn't visual. Just learning how to let go and brainstorm, and then to be able to take something like this into a school system, put that into early art education.
That would be great.
Beautiful.
So any thoughts that you guys have? I'm I would love to figure out how to turn this into more of a career, because it's what I do even before I enamel.
I think we got a great deal today for $35.
You know what?
You should charge more.
You remember I was talking about wanting to make something non-precious so that I didn't have to worry about it being good.
Mhm.
That's why it's $35. Because I wanted to make it where I knew no matter what I did, you're going to get your $35 worth. And
Was this
that's
just $35?
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was 350. I always get.
Well, you
always
can
get
send me
those
the check
zeros
for the
wrong.
balance. You can send me the check for the balance.
Wow.
I'm
So-
thinking about Francesca Watson's model would probably work really well for you.
I think there are a bunch of them. I've been
Yeah.
doing some things with Picasso, and so it could be that now that I've got this completed and I see what to tweak and what to change, and it could be a 2-day class might be better. I don't really know. So any input you guys have, it would really help. Consider this as the balance of your payment that you didn't have to
Okay.
pay. If you can give me some feedback, I would really appreciate it. And
Okay, I
remember,
want to share something.
yes.
I have to share something. Ricky, my husband Devereaux, passed away 2 years ago. But do you remember these cufflinks you made? It was
Oh, they're cufflinks and tuxedo studs.
yes.
Yes.
I cherish them.
Oh,
That's some
sweet.
of Ricky's
cute.
early work. Can you
Wow.
see him good?
Yeah.
He was an astrologer, so these were amazing.
Oh, wow. I'll tell you one of the things, I'm sorry for
cherish
your
them.
loss, Maggie.
Thank you.
One of the things that I really have loved throughout my career of making jewelry is, even though I don't, my wife hates when I say this, when I say I don't really care about jewelry. She just hates when I say that to people. But I love the feeling that people connect to something and it brings them some meaning other than, it's not a painting on the wall. It's something that is intimate, and they can, it connects memories and it connects generations. And when people share those stories, it's kind of like I get that kind of chill that runs through you when you know something is good. I don't know if you guys get that. I get that a lot.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
I mean, that's how I feel right now. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Oh,
It really
so sweet.
validates, but it also then, it validates what I'm talking about is finding that part of you that's authentic, that
Yeah.
where the work becomes about you, not about you, but about
Look at that one.
about you and the world. That there's there's something that is
Mhm.
unique to you, but also generic in the world, and not just your
Yeah.
country, but and not just your culture, but possibly worldwide or timeless. And but those things don't happen by chance.
Right.
It's remember those 3 questions I asked myself: who am I? What do I want to express? And what gets in my way? Well, today was a series of exercises about dealing with what gets in my way.
Mm.
But if you also don't explore who are you and what you want to say, then there's a lot of that connection that people don't have to understand. They don't have to look at something you did and know you, but it's a filter that they've got that then helps them connect with the work.
Yeah.
It's something they saw that is meaningful. When I make something, somebody might see something totally different, and that's great. People don't have to get what you're doing. They have to get something. But if you don't, it's like my wife. I had this student once who she wanted to make a bird with a hat on it. And I was telling my wife this, and at lunchtime, Pat said to me, well, go ask her why she cares. Why does she care about a bird with a hat? And it was a really good question for her because she didn't really know. She couldn't verbalize it in the beginning, but she started to get it. Once she got that, it helped her go forward because she knew what she didn't want to do and she knew what she wanted to do.
Mhm.
So anyway,
Can I ask a
Thank you
question?
so much.
you're welcome.
Since you threw this kitchen sink at us
Yeah.
and we want to put drawings up that we're doing, can you just give us one exercise to, that you really want us to focus on out of all of what we've learned today?
He did.
Because I'm like,
Sign it
whoa,
off.
there's so much. I'm not gonna have to use this, this, and this, and this, and this, and then I will
Okay,
get
so
overwhelmed.
here are the main things. Practice brainstorming.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever it is, whether it's brainstorming what you're going to cook for dinner this week, it doesn't matter what you're brainstorming. You want to become comfortable with the flow of ideas and images that lead you somewhere that you don't know where you're going. That's what brainstorming is. Okay, that's one. Number two is practice changing your questions. You can do that at home with your spouse or your child or your friend. Ask a question and go, oh, what if I change that question? And then just change it. See where that leads you. It could change your conversations. I mean, if people did that in our country today, life might be really different, obviously.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Instead of how do I win an election? What if you change that question? That would make an amazing difference.
Yeah.
There's my political post for the day. Okay, so brainstorm, change your questions. Figure out your way of making thumbnails. Something that you're not going to judge, something that you can do quickly and make it fun, as neat or as sloppy as you want. So make thumbnails, practice the 5 C's. Collect, crop, change, combine, connect. And print out letting go. Those different things that we hold on to, so you can start to pay attention and become aware of when you're getting stuck, what's causing you to get stuck. Because again, if you can't see it, you can't change it. Like a habit or an addiction. So, if you're aware that I need the right, I do this when I'm talking with my wife. When I become aware that I need to be right, it doesn't lead anywhere good. And I'm sure you all have that experience, either you doing it or somebody else you're talking to doing that. So when I can see that, oh man, I need to be right now, and then I can let go of that, boy, do things change.
Yeah.
So those are the main things that I would suggest. Those are the titles for everything we did. And then, practice, name it, and change it. And come up with your own exercises. That's all there was no book that showed me these exercises. I'll tell you how I came up with it. I was teaching a class, and there was a really smart lady who is a PhD in psychology, and she was consulting major companies on personnel and hirings and policies. And she would come into my enameling class, and she could not figure out how to make a change, how to come up with an idea that was different than what she saw. And I couldn't figure out, why can't she get this? So I started to pay attention to, well, what am I doing that's different from her? And I started to just watch my own process, which is what I'm suggesting you do. And I noticed that I was starting to name things. I was starting to name my design elements, and that gave me the power to change them. And that's how I developed a lot of these exercises. Trying to help her solve her problem by watching my own process. So if you watch your own process and can see where you're stuck, you can then look at the opposite and go, well, was there a time I did it the way I want to? And then try to figure out, what am I doing that's working? And then apply that to, your designing or your drawing or your making. Because again, it's that combining things. So what I did was I combined my soccer coaching with my enameling to learn how to teach creative enameling, which now leading me to teaching creativity. So, you can learn something here, possibly that Janet can learn in her coaching with her real estate. So again, I'm not going to do this exercise because we're all different. But I would say, and then I would also look at use both repetitive and dedicated learning or practice, because they're two different things. So like making the thumbnail sketch, if I made a thumbnail sketch of one face and did it over and over and over again, it would become muscle memory. And I'd be able to do it really, really fast, and it would become part of my language fluency. And it'd be easy to use in making art because I had internalized it. But if I want to get better at it, then I need to challenge myself to go beyond the repetition. And that's what most classes don't teach you, is how do you improve? Once you've learned a technique, how do you get better at it? There's something called learning how to learn. It's a woman named Barbara Oakley, who is a mathematics genius, and she has a website and a weekly email. And she's actually taught the most viewed MOOC, MOOC class in the world. It's called Learning How to Learn. And she talks a lot about this. And there's a book named Peak, P-E-A-K, by, I think his name is Anders, A-N-D-E-R-S. And it's all about skill development. So what you want to do, Elizabeth, is get really good at learning how to teach yourself. And my guess is most of you already are to some degree, but challenge yourself, because whenever you're creating, you're teaching yourself to discover and explore and make what you imagine.
What was the lady's name?
Barbara Oakley.
Barbara Oakley, O-A-K-L-E-Y. So you need to become your own teacher and not rely on other teachers like me or people that teach technique. That's not enough.
Well, send us our $35 back.
And then the last thing is try to become aware if you're trying to learn or perform.
Repeat that, please.
If you're trying to learn, but you're really performing, then you're not risking. And if you're trying to perform, but you're really learning, then you're going to fall on your face when you're trying to perform. So you want to get some clarity about what your goal is, and is what I'm doing actually going to get me to my goal? And it's really, really common for students to try to jump into performing while they're still trying to learn. And that's a real trap. So get yourself out of that trap by, I remember once I had students take a piece of paper, fold it in half. On one side, they write learn, on the other half, they write perform, and they can set it up on their desk to remind themselves, which one am I doing? Am I learning? Am I performing? It's like putting that image, the Bill Gates map in your garage. Something to remind you to ask yourself, am I learning? Do I want to learn? Do I want to perform right now?
I think that's a huge point that I've been seeing a lot just in the last year of us offering workshops, is that a lot of people feel this pressure to perform and get it done while they're in the class, instead of just enjoying the learning process and listening to the instructor, because you're going to get a recording of it anyway, you know, if you're taking the workshop. And everyone's just like trying to do stuff because we're used to taking classes on a weekly basis where we are performing the one thing that we're trying to create. But when we're learning in a workshop environment, it's just really different because it's an intense learning experience that you can't possibly absorb and then do the craft at the same time.
Yeah, it's
So
just,
Ricky,
yeah, go ahead.
Barbara Oakley has the book on learning how to learn. And who
Correct.
was Peak?
He was, I think his name was Anders, Anders, something like that.
Okay.
The name of the book is Peak, P-A-K. If you go to Amazon, you'll find it.
Oh, P-E-A-K?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Your
Okay.
your summary
anybody
of
else?
today was, you know, to what should we be focusing on? This was great. Just because all of the things you said in the summary are all the pages you've given us anyway, but having that on the last page, you know, to remind us this is our focus, that's great. And gals, you know, we are in the inaugural class, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
And I am proud to be here.
Me too. Yeah, very good.
You can become founder members.
Is the book Anders Ericsson?
Yes, that's
There
Secrets from
it
the
is.
New Science of Expertise.
yeah.
Yes, I've seen that in the bookstore. Okay.
It's amazing.
So,
It's
I'm
amazing.
not
Okay.
trying to, I don't know you and I'm not trying to be your best friend, but I'm a former teacher, so I know how to teach. But I've taken other design classes, plus I got a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Design. So I've seen a lot of people teach, but I've never learned this, you know, they want you to learn how to perform. So do it, you know, so you're doing it. You don't have any idea, you know, you're not exploring. And I think this is exploration class. I really like it.
Yeah, totally.
Very good
Yeah.
class.
Thank you.
I wanted to comment on something. if
Au
I could.
revoir. I gotta go. Bye.
Bye-bye, Peggy. Good to see you.
Bye.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll stay here as long as you guys want to compliment me. I'll hang out.
my
I'm
mentor
not proud.
taught, my mentor taught a lot of creative thinking and design skills. And I actually teach those to students, but with my own work. When I started trying to sell things, I lost it. Like I can't apply it. And I think it's that with sales, I'm really focused on performance. Like I need the outcome and I need the outcome really quickly. So this was great, like because this was such a fast method. Because I found I put off doing that sort of production or quick work that's sellable because there's no interesting part of the process, but I really feel like this could change that in a
Super.
big way. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
One
I
other
love it.
thing I wanted to add, Ricky, is
But
that
before you do that, and I don't want to forget, Elizabeth, so here's the
Sure.
mantra. More is better than good. When you're learning, more is better than good. When you're creating, more is better than good. That should be like in big words on your wall.
so what I was gonna say was that when I taught, I had to teach art as well. Some kids are really good at drawing, right? And then some are better with decoupage, like doing what you did with all the different pictures. So maybe if there's more of that, you know, that because that really struck me. I was like, whoa, that was like fun. I could really dig into that. And so more instruction on that would be great.
It is, and it is easier and it is more fun. But I really have started to, I just love the value of being able to make a thumbnail, took the pressure off not feeling like I could draw. I mean, I used to spend an hour, my creative practice was every morning I woke up and I would look at a Klimt painting in a book and try to copy it. I mean, I did this for years trying to learn how to draw. And when I got the feel for how thumbnails could help me, it took all that pressure off me, because I don't think I could ever succeed drawing. I used to dread going to life drawing class in my 20s. It was, God, please, teacher, do not come over and look over my shoulder. Whatever you do, don't look. And now I don't care about, I never would have been able to draw as well as I thought I should. But the thumbnails make it easy, because in my journal, I can sit down and make 10 iterations in a minute or two. And that's a lot quicker than doing a collage. So they're just two different processes.
I guess what I was saying also is like, it's layering. Like,
Yes,
like if we get stuck drawing at the thumbnails, can we cut them up and then change them
absolutely.
around? That's
Yeah.
movement. And some kids are kinesthetic like me and
Mhm.
need to move. And others are incredible drawers. I'm going to learn how to draw. I mean, I'm okay at it. But thumbnails are kind of harder than I would say if I knew I could just draw something and it doesn't have to mean anything. And then I can cut it up and make it something different.
Mhm.
That gives me the freedom of the drawing the clip pictures. You know what I'm saying?
You know what it does, but again, what the thumbnails does is it allows me to take basic shapes and lines, like a circle or a triangle or a polygon, and make one change,
Okay.
like in 10 seconds. So in a minute, I can make 6 changes. And really, it's not the thumbnails that are important. It's the 6 changes that I made that my brain has created new synapses or strengthened synapses in doing that.
Okay.
So it's the speed at which I can make changes and combine things. It's the process instead of the product. And here's the other thing. It's not fun making thumbnail sketches and changing them, but it's fun making collages. But all practice isn't fun. And that's an important thing to know, that sometimes I have to do things because it helps me, not because I like it. And to me, the thumbnails are something that are so simple that whether you can draw or not, you aren't going to fail. You know, everyone can draw some form of a square and put a line through the middle of it, overlapping it. You do not need to be artistic to do that. Where with collage, once I start collaging, it shifts a little bit about whether I like it or not. And with the creative part, that's where a lot of people are stuck. Because if they don't like it and they don't know what to do, then what do they do? Nothing. And that whole set of tools that they just bought sit on their desk for 5 years. But if you can enjoy just the process of the learning, you don't have to be good at it.
I also really like the transition from just doing those exercises with the elements and then just changing it to a figurative element and then one step further with the collage. Really quickly getting it to where it's personalized and has meaning. I think that's a big stretch for, especially for non-majors that I teach. I feel like if I could walk them through that process, they'd get away from copying Pinterest projects.
I had a doctor once in my class. I used to teach at Rio Grande every year, and I had a doctor from some weird little country outside Australia, and he was in the class. And he was just shocked that the first exercise was change your questions. You know, he thought he's coming to America to learn enameling and art. And by the end of the class, it was a 5-day class, he was making this cloisonne piece that had a Christmas tree and some kind of gifts all around and windows and a face. And it was like, it was so far out of anything he ever would have imagined doing. And it was so delightful and personal. It was like, he got it. He was able to make that show. So I appreciate that, Janet, and that you get that. And I do think it's just baby steps. I mean, that's how I think of everything. Anybody else? Okay, guys, so I need you to email me some feedback, okay? Thank
So
you.
as soon as I close this out, it will automatically send a request for feedback to everyone. And so I'll get you copies of all that.
Okay, super.
Awesome.
Very good.
And I will
Okay,
send
guys,
everyone a
anything
link to Google Drive when I'm done too.
Okay.
And then it'll
Alrighty.
take a while for this recording to download so that I can share it up on YouTube and send you a link. That'll probably be by tomorrow. I believe it's sitting here on my computer running.
Okay, yeah, I know. It's a long time for this.
Yeah, well, it's just not,
Okay, guys.
it folds it up into something I can send.
Bye-bye.
All righty.
Bye,
Hopefully I'll
thank
see
you so much,
soon.
everyone. Thank you, Ricky. It was really
You're
amazing.
welcome.
I had a great
Okay.
time.
Great. Bye-bye.
Bye.